Alrighty, well, welcome to this week's Talk or Ask Us Anything Starlink special. We'll get to that in a moment. Hopefully, everything will be okay. But first, the news. First news on we got today is that Tesla has withdrawn from 1.28 billion US dollars of government funding in Germany. It's actually quite an interesting development. It sort of follows along with a early loan repayment that Tesla made. I think they paid the loan about 9 years early from the Department of Energy in the States. But this funding, this German funding, is actually to do with their battery plant. And basically, Tesla have indicated that they just don't want the hassle of the regulatory requirements and other things. And it clearly means they just don't need the money, which is a very, very positive sort of development as far as Tesla's performance is concerned. Next bit of news is that Automobile Woche reports that Giga Berlin is likely to start production later this month, which is awesome. So it looks like, Model Ys are finally going to come out of Berlin, which obviously means that it's going to free up a lot of production in Shanghai to feed certain right-hand drive markets, perhaps. Next, we have the Model Y in China. Speaking of Model Y, is now being shipped with the 16-volt lithium-ion batteries, which look a little bit like this. So one great advantage of these batteries is that they will basically last the lifetime of the car and won't need replacing like the 12-volt lead acids that all of our cars currently have. And next we have that Elon Musk has called for a cessation of the end of quarter rush. This is something that we can get into a little bit later in the program, but it's a great development. Basically, public American companies live and die on quarterly results, and it greatly affects the way they behave in how they do their logistics and how they try and sell every last bit of inventory at the end of the quarter. And as Elon Musk has rightly said, it's just an inefficient way of doing things. So he wants the company to disregard the fact that it's a public company and it's got shareholders, and to simply do what's right for the performance of the company. So again, that's a very, very positive move by Elon Musk. Next, we have the Giga Shanghai is on track for 1 million plus car production rate next year. This is another extraordinary development. Only a couple of years ago, Shanghai was really slated at about 500,000 cars per annum, but it looks like by about the middle of next year, it will be poised to produce 1 million plus cars next year. Again, an awesome development. And lastly, we have Tesla to update the product roadmap at the Q4 earnings call. I think that's on about the 26th of January. So Elon Musk has actually said this himself. So because of the continuing parts shortages with chip shortages and other semiconductors, Elon Musk is going to update the roadmap. So let's hope that things like Cybertrucks and other developments aren't too far delayed. And that is the end of the news. We'll just flip back to trying to non-spotlight myself in a moment. There we go. Alrighty. Now, as I said before, this is this whole program is coming to you via Starlink. And I don't think that there should be any problems. I think everything is going to be okay. I'm not sure how this is coming through. Hang on. Yep, I think we're back. Right. So anyway,
don't worry, Harold. It's crystal clear, mate.
Yeah, I don't know what could possibly go wrong.
That's an Oscar-winning performance. Well done.
Yes, so got the dish a couple of days ago, and quickly set it up on the lawn, and then put it up on the roof, and I've been playing with it ever since. I was going to do a failover to my NBN, but my modem just refuses to work properly, so we're just Starlink or bust. So we'll see what happens a bit later on. I've got some screen captures that I can do live of it actually doing speed tests and all that sort of stuff. But like I said, we'll do that a little bit later on. Now's probably a good time for anyone who isn't here for the first time to please say hello so we can welcome you properly. Cheryl, oh, welcome. Please tell us about your car.
I haven't got it yet.
Ah, actually,
Yeah,
go
I've been
on.
waiting for that big text,
Yes,
What have
go
you
on.
waiting for the Model 3, a red.
And which trim?
I don't know. I think it's this one. Delivery's due 4th to the 18th. So it's getting close, hopefully.
And is it the base version or the long range or the performance?
Just
Do you
the
know?
standard version. Just the
Standard.
standard.
Okay, standard range. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's exciting.
I think you might get one of the so-called unicorns, which is one where you'll get the bigger battery as well as.
I was reading about that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Harold actually had a very good article about that in the Driven.
Okay.
Yes, so having spoken of that, I'll give you a little snippet of video that I can show on this show, and it goes something like this. Hopefully you can see that.
Yeah.
So your car, Cheryl, is somewhere there. It's a red one, so it could be, there's quite a few. There are actually 59 red cars.
That's good. Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So this will only go for another few more seconds, and then we'll give it a
Sight to
pause.
behold, eh?
That's 461 cars.
Wow. Awesome.
Harold, is there any chance of getting hold of a copy of that bit of video? Because my car's in there too. It'd be lovely to see that.
Yes, I've actually got a couple of. Yes, I can probably get you a copy of that snippet of the video, and I've got a couple
Should be
of.
Should be on our Facebook. Sorry, on our YouTube, shouldn't it, Harold?
No, that's been redacted for technical reasons.
Right.
So which we
YouTube,
might
that's-
get, which we might get in. Sorry, Pete, which we might get into a little bit later on after dark.
Yeah, Kurt McDonald here. How is everybody?
Kurt, good yourself?
Yes, good, thanks. Some of you may recognize me. I've been on a couple of times. Sorry, the lighting's a bit weirder in front of a computer screen. But anyway, I just wanted to report with great excitement that one of those cars you just showed is ours.
Hey,
Awesome.
And we're going to be picking ours up on Friday afternoon.
Congratulations.
And one of the things that I wanted to ask the group about, is there anything I should be aware of, think about, prepare for, etc., in regards to the pickup? Anything that you all thinking about it now, having done all this, would have done differently or would have thought about?
We've only got 3 hours on the program, so I don't think it's going to be long enough.
The first thing I'll jump in, and then everyone else can join in, is the great thing is you don't have to stress out about trying to find all the faults, if there are any, with the car, any, detailing issues or whatever. Tesla have is it a 1 month? I think it's a 1 month period, or 1,000 kilometers, where you can take the car, just enjoy it on the first day or second day. Then when you've sort of calmed down and all the intensity of the delivery process has abated, you can then carefully look at the car and then come back with any concerns. But there's no rush to do that anytime, on the day.
I will say that's good, by the way, because one of the things they've been in contact with us a couple of times by phone is that this will be what they call an express pickup, which means we've got a 15-minute window to get there and get the car and get out of there. And I guess that's a result of those 461 cars we saw.
That's not express, Kurt. That's
why do you get longer than everybody else?
That's leisurely, is it?
Yeah.
Actually, it's a bit misleading. I think what they mean is that you've got a 15-minute window to collect the car. However, the time slot, which will be a part of that 15-minute window, namely about 2 minutes.
No,
So
is that
it'll It'll be
somewhere
lightning
there.
fast. And
Okay.
and
Well,
when
it's
they
good that
ask
we'll have-
you,
Yeah.
when they ask you if you've got any questions, they are hoping and praying that you just go, no, it's all good. I can just go now, and they'll love you even more for it.
Oh,
And don't
good.
forget to take
I will. I want to say thank you, Harold, because I did not see your article in the Driven, but it was forwarded to me by a friend of mine, and it did cause us to call them and confirm that we actually had the so-called unicorn car, because we ordered in October. We weren't sure whether or not we would get that car or one other, and the article was a little bit unclear about that point because it mentioned 800 cars and then these 461 who seemed to be the bigger battery size, etc. But they were able to confirm for us when we gave them the VIN number that we were going to receive a 62.3 kilowatt battery. So that was good news for us. And thanks to your article, we were kind of alerted and able to call and confirm that. So appreciate that.
No worries, pleasure, total pleasure.
There should be another boat, if the rumors are correct, another ship coming in the next week or two.
Okay.
Another 400 odd.
That would be extraordinary. Literally,
Yeah.
literally.
But I will say one thing that was a little bit of a chore for us, and that was getting the money ready. We asked them about bank checks and all sorts of other things. And what would have been nice is if we could just press the button on a BSB, an account number transfer. Yeah, unfortunately with ANZ, it wasn't that simple because we have limits on how much we can transfer in a day. One thing that was interesting, they did confirm, is that the account number they gave us is apparently unique to us, that bank account number. So we could have been transferring money in little bits and pieces all the way along, so that by the time the appointed hour arrived, which for us will actually be tomorrow, Thursday at 4 p.m., if the money isn't there by then, they cancel our delivery appointment and push it off to the following week. So
Why wouldn't you just go into the bank and transfer it? The staff will do it for you in one hit.
Yeah, you can do a wire transfer, but we know that it's a little bit more involved. You got to walk in and do it. And had we thought about it in advance, we wouldn't have needed to even do that. We could have just done a series of transfers, kind of hands-free, and push it all in. But we only found that out a little bit too late to tee up the money.
A lot of people do that transfer of 10,000 a day for a week or something like that.
Yeah.
Just a bit of advice. There has been a couple of cases. So what could happen is your email could be intercepted by a hacker, and all they do is just change basically the account number and the BSB.
Yeah.
And if you transfer it all in one go, you may not ever get your money back again. So what I did is I just transferred a very small amount first, then ensured that they actually received it, and then I did the rest.
Yeah. And in fact, they recommended that when they called us, exactly that.
Very good. Okay.
So it's all worked. We're all good to go.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
Hey, so Barry, just make sure you've got insurance lined up before you drive away.
Yep.
Good.
Yes, and obviously the word on the street these days is that RAC is still providing pretty sharp quotes. So, but obviously do your research and get some quotes from others. But at this time, it seems that RAC are offering a better deal.
You might just need to play the disclaimer, Harold.
Sorry?
You might need to play the disclaimer.
Yes, that's very, very true, Russell.
The following segment is general in nature and shouldn't be taken as personal professional advice. Listeners should seek their own independent assessment from a qualified advisor and not rely on the general nature of information in this program.
Thanks, Russell.
Harold, with regard to the insurance, the RSC you were saying, which you brought up when I was listening, not last week, the week before. I got a quote from SGIO, who's been my current insurer for the last 10, 15 years, maybe. And I've always found them good. I've tried other ones and I've always just stuck with them because they've been good on stuff. They were quoting $1,700 for a Model 3 standard range. I went back to RSC and it was about, I can't remember the exact figure, but I've got the quote stuck to one side. It's well under 1,000. It's about 900 and something. So that was a massive saving. Plus the fact if you go with the RAC, you also get access to their charging points at the discounts as well.
Yes, indeed. You do. Well, actually, you get a discount at the ultra-fast DC charger in Wellington Street at the RAC headquarters, and also at the Charge Fox ultra-fast DC charger at Trendale Shopping Centre near Bunbury.
Right.
But not at any of the other locations. So it's just those two
isn't it?
places.
It's just those two, is it? I wasn't aware
Yes,
of that.
it is. Yes. Yep. Now, speaking of, for anyone that's new, something you should also do as soon as you get your car and get your registration papers. Oh, and bear in mind, don't have a heart attack if you suddenly get an invoice from the Department of Transport for thousands of dollars of stamp duty. That is something that Tesla will pay for. A few owners some months ago did get invoices from the Department of Transport, but they were mistaken. It's just that Tesla hadn't processed the payment, but they obviously will. So don't have a heart attack if that does happen. But what you should do once you do get your rego papers is Google Synergy EV tariff and click on Synergy's website and just apply for the EV tariff. This applies for anyone that's got just the standard domestic A1 tariff. What it does is between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m., the entire house and your car, but basically the whole house, gets a roughly 30% discount. So your electricity rate goes down from about 29 cents per kilowatt hour to about 20 cents per kilowatt hour 7 days a week, regardless of what you're using electricity for, provided you've got an EV in your own natural name and not in something like a business entity. So all you need to do is apply online. I think you need to upload a copy of your rego papers, and you also need a customer reference from your Synergy bill. And you also need to be the bill holder or a nominated representative. So if you're a couple or whatever, you need to obviously get the primary account holder or get the primary account holder to set you as a secondary operator of the account. So yeah, Synergy EV tariff, that's definitely a no-brainer for almost everyone, unless you're on one of these exotic time of use tariffs where you're probably getting a better deal anyway.
Harold, while we're electricity, just quickly, a bit of news as well. Yesterday, Bill Johnson put out a press release, Bill Johnson being the State Energy Minister. So as of Valentine's Day next year, so for the 14th of February, if you install a solar system where the inverter capacity is less than 5 kilowatts, you'll only be given permission to do that. If it's a new system or if you're upgrading an existing system, you only get permission to do that if you allow Synergy or Western Power to regulate remotely your solar system, to be able to govern it down in rare situations. They have given an example that South Australia's got a similar system over there. Since they've had it for the last couple of years, it was only an hour during that whole time that it had to be done. But there's going to be another announcement tomorrow, and they're going to let us know what the export limits are going to be for systems where the inverter capacity is above 5 kilowatts.
Now, that's actually a two-edged sword. One slightly negative, which is the first part of what you were sort of saying, but the other one is extraordinarily positive. Bill Johnson was on the ABC today, and I think he was interviewed by Nadia Mitsopoulos, and he basically said that, as you sort of said, Pete, they only expect this to actually occur, and it would mainly be on a Sunday, which is when the grid is the lightest loaded, because most industry are closed or partially closed. It would be on a Sunday, on a few Sundays in either April or October, when the weather is very mild, but the sunshine is very strong, and you've got that basic excess of solar. And like you said, Pete, will only be for a few hours, for a few days in a year. But what could be a really positive development is Synergy's presumption that if you've got an inverter that's above a certain size, then that's going to have a deleterious effect on the grid. But if they're basically mandating that after Valentine's Day, you have to have inverters that are compatible with remote operation, and that's basically going to be all of them that are connected to the internet, then what they may be able to concede is you can have much larger inverters that are, for instance, set to either zero net export or no more than 5 kilowatts of export at any time, with the proviso that they can also be down throttled or shut off. So yeah, that might be a really positive development as far as progress goes, Pete.
Yep, could be. One proviso, though, it depends on the type of export limiting device that you've got in place for those systems above 5 kilowatts. So going back 5-6 years ago, some of the manufacturers were providing a very rudimentary device. So what it would do is it would monitor consumption and monitor production. And if it looked like production was going to be more than consumption, it would just shut the inverter off. And then, so rather than governing it down or anything, it would just literally shut it off. Then the inverter would obviously start back up. So the startup sequence is anywhere from 40 seconds to about 80 seconds, but roughly about a minute. And then if it just happened to be there again, it would shut the inverter off again. So what would happen is if you were very close, it could mean that for 4 or 5 hours during midday, you're basically not producing anything because your inverter's constantly off. The other problem is inverters weren't really made to be turned off and on like that. So they're really made to start up gently in the morning and then come off late in the evening when the sun goes down. So to be turned off and on like that with, at maximum capacity, they weren't designed for. A lot of the inverters were failing. So some of the manufacturers would change out the inverter, then change it out again, then change it out again. And then they would just say, no, sorry, that's it. So there are different ways of, there's much smarter ways of export limiting, but just be wary of that, I suppose.
As of the 18th of December, there's new rules for the inverter, and the ones for 2021 have a different entry to the number on the inverter. But 18th of December is mandatory that from then on, all new, they're a new approved standard, Australian New Zealand standard, be installed. So it obviously doesn't take effect till Valentine's Day next year, but the inverters must be going after the 18th of December.
Yep, and inverters have been lately been getting quite a few firmware updates, and some of those you can actually look at the change logs. And I think it was about 18 months ago there was a specific firmware version on Fronius for Western Australian smart hybrid inverters with battery storage systems. So there are even rules around how your inverter can charge its batteries depending on their state of charge and the time of day. But look, there's a lot of progress happening. As you said, Pete, in the old days it was clunky and if anything quite damaging to either your output and or your inverter. But I dare say these days they're getting more sophisticated with metering down. And it might be also the case if you've got a smart meter connected as part of the installation, then you might get a better deal rather than all inverters just being told to go to 50% capacity or something similar, perhaps. Cool. Now, is there anyone else that is new today? Please say hello. Jared, you're not new. And you're muted, so we can't even hear you.
He's been around for about 2 weeks, hasn't he?
I've got a new voice. I just want to share with everyone.
Yes, it's very dulcet tones there, Jared. Very dulcet.
Yeah, the voice is much better. Thank you.
It only took about 2 weeks to get over it.
Just on 2 weeks, Pete, to be exact. Same time that there's a problem.
Oh, that was a problem. That I didn't expect that to happen.
That's Starlink.
Yeah, there's something definitely going on here. I don't know what's going on. But no, I think
Jared.
Well, someone hit Harold on top of the head. He's starting to roll. We used to do that at the old Valve TV.
Oh, what's going on? It's going bad.
I think you're on the southern flight path, Harold.
I think so, possibly, Pete. That might be entirely true. Speaking of which, I might as well show off that dish, and it looks a little bit like this. So it's basically facing. It's interesting. It actually tilts slightly to the south, so it's tilted slightly downwards, and that's the way it's sort of.
It moves around the whole time, Harold. Mine was facing just a random direction when we put it up, and then I connected it up, and when I had a look, and it was facing directly straight up. And then I came back about 5 minutes later, and it was off to another direction. So it constantly moves around.
No, it doesn't. It actually mine did the same thing. They all do it. They will initially go horizontal, and then they'll wait for a minute or two, and then they optimize themselves, and then they generally, at least in the southern hemisphere, generally seem to point basically south, because they're sort of pointing to a slightly higher density of satellites that are about 57 degrees south of the equator. That's where they all sort of like bend, and that's the limit of their orbital plane.
Now, Harold, are the dishes, is the system smart enough? So I've got some trees to my south. So is it smart enough to, obviously, because the app was able to, the setup app, was able to detect the trees really well.
Yep.
That's just on an iPhone. So how would the dish do it? Does it just go on the signal stream, or?
Yes, I think, and in a few days' time, you can actually get an obstruction report if you do have obstructions, and it shows them as like red patches. What I might try and do is.
How can you bring that picture up again of the dish? Just want to have a look at that.
All you need, Pete, to sort that out, it's called a chainsaw.
Nigel, I just took down 4 palms. That's why I was late. Literally just quickly took a shower, but yeah.
Just so you can get better Starlink reception.
The palms were an absolute nightmare because I was constantly cleaning the roof and the gutters, and it would cost me every 18 months. It would cost me several $100s just to have them pruned as well, because they're now really tall. They're about 20, 30 years old. And they're just dropping huge branches and leaves. So, it was time to get rid of them anyway. And this was just a good prod to make me finally do it.
There you go.
What are you sharing, Harold? Nothing.
Sorry, this is... Okay, so this is the network statistics. Is that coming up? I'm not sure if it is.
Yes. That's good.
Yeah, so what it does is this can show you outages. So I've had in the last 12 hours a whole 3 seconds and 2 seconds.
That's ridiculous. Too long.
Yes. Look, the latency is about 76 milliseconds. That's not awesome compared to fiber to the house, but it's not too bad. We can do a quick speed test while we're on the interwebs, and this is literally live with streaming and all that sort of stuff. So we'll just see how it goes. Well, it's already beating my fiber to the house because I'm only getting 100 megabits per second fiber to the home.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's 160 megabits per second down, and then it'll do up as well.
Wow.
Now, the highest I've seen is...
what's the fastest you've had so far, Harold?
I've had 270, but Jason, a mate of mine, has had 440 something. It's ridiculous. 445 this morning.
Wow.
So now if you go...
I had 280, but 440. I want to see a screenshot of that.
Yeah, he actually tweeted it out. So it's Jay's 200. He's tweeted it out this morning.
Jason,
so these are the obstructions. So basically, all our dishes are facing south. Whoops, so we'll just go around that way. And I've got 0 obstructions. So what it would do is it would show obstructions in red.
Except for that one flight 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's right.
QF57 flying over.
That's right. So I think that's about it. You got visibility and the stats and the speed, and that's all we've done. So yeah, it basically continually checks what it's doing and the usage. So that's what my network is doing at the moment. And I'll just click that off. Yeah, so that's basically Starlink in a nutshell. And you know, I've been streaming Netflix and all that sort of stuff, and it's been working fine, absolutely fine. Oh, and Pete, you were mentioning how it sort of adapts. For a while, actually, I'll just show you on the screen share if I can get back the proper settings to make it a bit friendlier. Okay, I think.
Can you put that antenna photo back up again? The dish photo, yeah, that. So
yeah.
You're located in Armidale, is that right? With the river there? It's that Armidale area? Or?
No, not quite Armidale.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Armidale.
So for those that know, this thing actually slots into the base, and there's a little hole there which has got sort of like if you've got a swimming pool with a extended brush or vacuum stick, that's how this sort of plastic, spring-loaded plastic thing pops out to sit into the base. So all I've done is just mounted it with two U-brackets on the basic antenna, 1-inch antenna pole that's just sitting on the top of the roof.
Hey, Harold, I can show you mine. I've used the actual tripod and put it through the tiles.
Yeah, well, I showed you mine, Pete, so you might as well show me yours.
Okay.
It's going to be a dish off, is it?
Yeah. Is this an antenna swinging contest?
Yeah.
Oh, very flash. Geez, you just drilled straight into the concrete tiles. That's lovely.
I wish I could claim credit for that. It wasn't me doing it. I was up there helping. I was holding the screwdriver.
Nice. So with the length of those bolts, I presume they've actually gone into joists or something, probably battens.
Yeah, purlins. Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
But yeah, they were about almost 200 mil, those screws.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Well,
Harold, how the speed limit? This is unlimited, right? The speed limit and the download. What is the situation?
There are unlimited downloads.
Yeah.
Absolutely unlimited. And the speed, like I said, well, I forget what it was now,
130,
140 megabits per second.
Yeah.
So it's basically faster than fiber to the house, unless you get one of the business plans. And I saw one of the IONET business plans for 250 megabits per second was hundreds of dollars a month. And I think one of them was $800 or so a month. It was just ridiculous. And as Elon Musk, it's something I didn't mention in the news, but he had sent out an email to all SpaceX employees basically asking them to burn midnight oil to deal with the Raptor production crisis that he as he put it. And what SpaceX are going to do is all of this service right now, it's come out of beta, so it's actually a proper official service. But this service is just version 1. So this is their basic, crappiest system. And what's coming out next are the version 2 satellites, which will be vastly superior. And there'll be they are intending on having 30,000 of them. And they also intend on producing 2 million dishes per annum next year.
Will we have any sun left for the solar systems we're getting?
Well, you know, there was a theory about global warming. One way to abate it is to have like a whole lot of reflectors reflecting the sunlight away. Well, if the Earth is just girt by Starlink satellites, that might do a similar job. So I think Elon Musk is actually trying not just to get us to be interplanetary, but also to solve global warming.
How much are you paying, Harold? What's the cost, and is there a contract?
You pay by the month. There's no contract, and I forget how much it is. Pete, is it $129 a
Don't
month?
worry about that anymore. That's one of those
Yeah,
things to worry about, right?
Yeah, that's right, Russell. We're just peeling them off, mate.
It's 139 a month.
Okay, because I got a fixed wireless connection, which is using an antenna on my roof as well. I get 150 down and 50 up for 99 a month.
Yeah, and look, that's a great deal. To be perfectly honest, I've got this dish just to suss it out. But having said that, and I'm one of the very few people that are fortunate to have fibre to the house. It just happens that my house got it, luckily. So in that sense, I've got rolled gold, internet. But I'm seriously considering just disconnecting it for the time being, because this Starlink service has been rock solid. It's faster, and I've got an Asus new AX router that can't do fallover properly, so I might as well just ditch the fiber and just go all in on SpaceX.
I was thinking about getting it once they allow you to take it away from your house. Because at the moment you can't move it, right?
No, you can take it now. You just have to get a note from an adult. So just any adult, you can sign a note. You can take it away with it.
I'll actually show you. There's an awesome site which you can have a look at. You'll just waste hours and hours of time just looking at it. And it looks
Harold,
a little.
we should just mention, when we're going back to Russell's question about the cost, we should mention that it costs about $800 for the dish, and
Oh yes.
So there's about $800 up front, and then $139 a month, as Nigel pointed out.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. Yeah, that's a very big point. Unlike any other internet you're going to get, the hardware costs are quite expensive compared to everything else. $800.
I heard something that actually said that that $800 isn't excessive either. I believe they're making a loss on that $800.
They're making a big loss.
It's about $709. $100 is for shipping as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're actually, I think it's costing them well over $1,000 for those current generation round dishes. So they're definitely making losing money on the deal. But that's just an investment capital as far as they're concerned. So this website is this one, and it's called Starlink.sx. And what this website doesn't have is not worth looking at. Basically, it shows the whole constellation throughout the world and all the base stations. But once you put your location in, the green oval is basically showing which way my dish is effectively pointing, where its point of interest. And then you've got.
Sorry, Harold, what's that website?
This is Starlink.sx.
But Richard, it won't work on a iOS, on a mobile device. So you'll have to load that up on a PC or a Mac.
Yep.
It's actually very resource hungry. It does a lot of computation, and it can do things like it can actually predict so it'll look 12 hours into the future, and it can predict your coverage in your area, which in Perth it's a bit boring because it's basically 100% coverage or uptime the whole time. But I can show you. Actually, we'll just let this. Actually, I'll just kill this. Shut it down to say just 5 hours. You can also, under the settings, I think there were dishy heat map.
Yeah.
You can actually show the we just zoom in.
Yeah, go.
They got these hexagons, which is what this particular satellite that this spot beam is actually covering of Perth. So if you're in any of these areas, this satellite will serve that, which means you might be able to actually move the dish, several suburbs away to make it work.
Ready? Yeah. You put the dogs out? Yeah.
Well, so it's registered to that one area. So if you was to go to say Mandurah, move house, you'd have to re-register it or something.
Yes, you have to re-register it.
It's right at 2 o'clock.
Now,
Hey,
this
Jared, you got your microphone on.
Sorry.
You're right.
Sorry, there was got some technical issues, but it's okay. I'm back now.
so this is a heat map of basically Australia. So where you are right now, Richard, you've actually got some coverage. You've got a modicum of coverage.
Do you know, actually, sorry, you've just reminded me. So my one of my colleagues at Port, so she's in Port Hedland, who does the same job as me, but yeah, on the coast rather than up here at the mine. She messaged me about a week before I was even due to get my Starlink satellite to say, I've got it. We're having a LAN party. I'm getting like 210 megabit down in Port Hedland. And she was like, it is incredible. And I'm like, how on earth are you even getting that? Because because let me see if I can find the exact message. Because I was like, as far as I was aware, that there was no cellular coverage that was active there, and no ground station. So
that was sent to her, and in Port Hedland.
She got it before we all did.
And she got it sent to Port Hedland.
Yep.
Wow.
On the 26th of November, she said my Starlink arrived. She's getting, I mean, I could probably, no, I'll read out the details. So she's getting this doesn't even seem right. She was getting a 71 millisecond ping to Sydney.
That's right.
She was downloading a 210 megabit and uploading it 38.5 megabit, which is just unreal.
I should have crossed over, but just a moment ago there was a brief time. See where they got the black region. So Port Hedland's about here. So she's sort of on the fringe because, and the reason for that is that she's so far away from the base stations. But and now you can see it's getting a bit better. But all it will take is one base station anywhere in the Pilbara, and that just gets completely solved.
Yes.
But that's awesome.
Yeah, right,
Isn't that is amazing.
And she was, getting crappy, expensive service from supposedly the NBN. And yeah, just like blew me away out of nowhere, really. And she said it cut out on us just once, so we reverted to the NBN just for stability. Then everyone else needing to download games is using Starlink, because they were having a LAN party. She said, after this weekend, I'll give it a real good try out, having a LAN party. So no, I haven't caught up with her yet. So,
well, if she uses that Starlink.sx, you can actually do a prediction. And what I'll do is I'll run that prediction in the background so we don't bore everyone.
Richard, where are you?
I'm in Roy Hill Mine, about 120 k's north of Newman, but I don't have Starlink here.
That apartment looks very nice.
Do you like the art on the poster? Do you like the SpaceX rockets that I've got on the door? Home and away from home.
Good internet by those things.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
Not as good as Starlink though.
Not as good as Starlink, yeah.
So what I've done for the sake of the club is to get another dish, order another one, so we can pop that out at our casual meetups or wherever we are, and we can have like a little hotspot, hopefully around town, and play with it with a couple of 100 megabits of service. And I also secretly want to mount it on the back of my tow ball and see if that works for experimental reasons. Which Pete, actually, getting back to what you originally said, does it move continuously? I had taken the what's the name out. The I'll just quickly show you. This thing is taken out, so when you put it in the base, you can just spin it around really easily.
Look at that sloppy cable tie job. Who didn't snip them back properly?
Yeah, trust me, that roof's about 12 meters in the air, so no one can see it. So when it was flat, before it went sort of facing south, you could just spin it around, or even when it was facing south, I would just be like a bad Santa and just spin it 90 degrees and do a speed test, and it was still working. It wasn't great speed, but it was still operating. And then it would work out what was going on, and it would then adjust itself. But I think, Pete, mainly once it's decided which way to face, and as long as things aren't moving around, it just picks one spot, that's it. I was going to try and put it in my car, in the back of my car, but you'd have to basically cut the shaft off so that it wouldn't be slapping around as it's trying to orient itself, and you just force it to look straight up. It would probably still work. I'm virtually certain it would work.
So it's got a two. How much power does it use? Do you know?
It's quite. Now that's one good point. It's not the greenest internet you can get. It draws about 100 watts continually, so that's 2.4 kilowatt hours per day. So I guess you could say that's going to cost you 0.29. That's about 69 cents per day, just in power.
69.42, I think it is.
Yeah, I got a 6960, but
Who's got a calculator there?
You got me, Russell.
Come on, Harold, get with the program.
I think I just don't know what's going on with that. That's just not right. Yes, very good, Russell. 69.420 cents dollars, sorry.
About $250 a year, assuming you're on the A1 tariff. But if you've got solar, and if you're, depending on what your opportunity cost for your feed-in tariff is, be that.
Yeah, and you're also cordless. You don't have to worry about cable outages or whatever. Or
So
you go on.
I was just going to say, yeah, for those of us that are lucky enough to have fitted battery systems, we're now essentially not restricted by any local power outages. If the power goes down, you've got battery backup and you've got internet backup.
Yeah.
Yes, even if you've got if you've got fiber to the node, those nodes can only live for a certain amount of time. They can only endure a certain power outage before their batteries go flat.
Yep.
I didn't really have a good look at the Starlink ground stations. I did look at the one at Wagen and the one at Cataby. Well, I didn't. The drone did, because the fence it's like a 2.4 meter high fence. But I presume they've got UPSs and additional supplies and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, you're right. You've got that where you've gone fully cordless. So not only have you gone fully electric, you've also gone fully wireless.
Nigel, how's yours going?
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry, what?
Nigel, how's your Starlink going?
It's going brilliantly. It's I've opened the box.
Yep.
And looked at it.
Oh, come on, Nigel. Let the team down.
So Nigel,
I can see our Starlink package sat there in my living room on the camera, and I can't get to it, and you're just sitting there looking at it. Oh,
so Nigel, I think I'm going to spotlight you. Hang on a sec. Let me just do this. I'm going to spotlight you, and you're going to whip out that big box, and you're going to do a live unboxing, and we're going to set it up right on your lap, and we're going to turn it on, and we're going to get the dish to move around, and.
Can you do it nude, Nigel?
It's in the other room.
Ah, right. Of course it is.
Oh, the old other room.
Of course it is. Okay, that's all right. We'll let you off on that one. But I do trust that you will be filming the process, as did I not.
I did actually film the unboxing. I don't know how well it's turned out. But that was it. I just opened it up, pulled the dish out, stuck it on the stand and go, woohoo, and unpacked, put it back in the box. I haven't.
Nigel, that's all. Did Pete and Nigel and anyone else that's got it, did you notice they've made it so foolproof that they've actually plugged all the cables in, although they are labelled black and white. but they were actually all mated and plugged. So there was zero excuse for getting it wrong. You know, you couldn't think that you need to put the white plug in the black socket and the black plug in the white socket because they were already pre-mated. And all you have to do is just take them all out. And look, Nigel, all you do is just chuck it in the back lawn and then plug it into a 240-volt outlet.
My dogs would love that.
Well, they are waterproof.
The teenager and will chew the cable. Has already chewed a plug.
Right.
So as the meme goes, the dog is now grounded.
Boom, boom.
I wanted to say it was incredibly. I wanted to say it was incredibly easy to set up. It was like Harold said, it was all plugged in the box, and it's. I mean, if you weren't putting it up on the roof, you could. There wasn't even any instructions. There was just a massive, big, wide instruction. There's basically three drawings, three images, three graphics to show you what to do. It wasn't in English, German, or Japanese, or any other language. It was just the three drawings, and that's it.
It was in Ikean, I think.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was reminded me of Apple in his heyday. But they used to ship iPhones without a manual. I think they still do.
Oh, here he comes.
This is
You'll have to turn the background off, Nigel.
I was about to. Shut up. Right there. Look. That's it. Instructions. They're big enough bloody pictures.
Is that for old people?
Yeah.
Yes.
Specialised for old.
I think they sent that to me special.
Particularly grumpy old men.
And the things come in very loud for you when they play.
Pardon?
It has to be very loud.
I can't hear you.
I'm just really glad that it works so well that it just never cuts out or anything.
Hey, the good thing is, Nigel, is when you're done with setting it up, you can colour in those.
And then you can take it to the bowls club, Nigel, and show everyone how good a colouring you're doing.
I'm going to have to put mine up on the roof.
Not you, though. Don't you go up on the roof.
My wife won't let me.
Get someone young like Paul. Paul's young, and he's got nothing on for the next couple of days. He'd be happy to come up and go on your roof.
Look, my wife won't let me go up on the roof to screw the thing down.
Well, Paul, zip over. He's free for the next couple. Good bottle of wine, good bottle of scotch. He'll be over there, no worries.
Oh, scotch, yeah.
Scotch, yeah. I mean, he's talking good bottle of Johnny Walker Red, the blue.
Oh, yeah.
No.
No, we're talking
single malt.
Wait, he's coming. He's got to get his bottle.
Make sure you take it out of the brown paper bag, Paul.
He's gonna.
Hey.
Yeah, right.
I've got a Glenmorangie open. Oh, Lefray. Around to you, Paul. That's Lefray. I'm around at your house. I've only got a Glenmorangie.
I don't drink that. Scotch, no. I didn't grab all the whiskey either.
Just.
Hey.
Tesla.
Does that really
Harold,
have tequila in it?
Richard, do you still get all the movies in the can?
You betcha, baby.
Like all the ones that are on the cinemas and stuff?
Oh, new ones? I don't know. Yeah, we do have movies on demand. Not that I ever have time to watch one, but yeah, I don't know how current they are. Why were you any part of that?
I just remember staying in a camp when I was up doing a show at BHP, and they had all the same movies that are on at the cinemas was on the TV.
We've got Swift networks here. Let me just check. Well, we've got a couple of minutes.
I mean, I thought that Gina's, because that's Gina's mind side.
It certainly is.
And she's making more money than the 4 big banks in Australia.
Yeah, we were talking about that today.
She's making more money than the 4 big banks in Australia. So she could probably spring for a couple of movies for you.
Oh,
like the James Bond one. Which tonight I believe that Harold's going to tell us what happened at the end of the movie, because I missed it. Harold, what happened at the end of the movie?
Which movie? Oh,
the James Bond one, yeah.
The Bond one. No, don't tell me that.
No.
I think it's going to be renamed James the Bomb, isn't he?
That driving was good. I really enjoyed that trip. That was good.
Hey, Russell, where is Russell? There you are. Sorry, you're upper left. I have turned the spotlight off, haven't I?
Oh, I did it manually. I wasn't sure it was something that was going
to. Oh,
yeah,
no, sorry. Yes. So just for everyone that might not realize, when I do a spotlight, it all of your screens default to that one screen. Even if I unspotlight that person, I think it still stays on possibly speaker view, and you just got to go into gallery view, which is in the upper right hand corner, where you've got looks like 9 little boxes, and you can change the view to speaker, gallery, or immersive, or full screen. So sorry, that's
top left if you're on an iPad.
Oh, apologies, I'm not on an iPad. Yes.
Speaking of iPads, though, I've got Harold. I've got that. I've got that Starlink.sx running on the iPad here, and incredible, really, isn't it? Like, with how, it's doing a pretty good job of running it, but it really. I see exactly what you mean with the coverage for Port Hedland just being on the edge of it.
Yes, it is. And sometimes, and what you can actually do, which I was running in the background, is you do your prediction. And that's interesting because it actually stopped doing it while my internet browser wasn't in have focus. Like it suspended its prediction. But what it does is it looks like this. So this is a coverage prediction going out 24 hours, and it's basically saying that there'll be 1.7% lower signal than whatever, but there's no outages. So your friend could basically do this for Port Hedland and see all the outages.
Well, I've just actually asked her what happened with it. She said it was great. It was running the whole weekend on the back grass. We moved it to its new home on a J-pole alongside my roof, with even better view and 0 obstructions, but the speed has dropped to 100 megabit. However, I have so much connected to it, and everyone is streaming on it all the time, our phones and TV, so I think that's why. And then she was just, because she's like me and we're tech nerds, she was like, she's just finding it frustrating that she can't configure the router herself. Running through another managed switch.
That sounds like Apple.
One big lesson I learned was if you're just doing basic internet, it's completely fine. I'm actually not using the router at all. I've just I've got the 10 no, it's not 10 meters. It's 30 meter cable plugged straight into my router. Now, I've got a bit of a complication where I've got a mail server that my phone pings to my own PC. So I've got to use network port forwarding. And that works perfectly fine. But if you want to continue, what happened was when I plugged it in, I couldn't use my app to analyze the dish anymore. It wouldn't talk to it. So then you've got to do a static route outwards, so that when your app looks for 192.168.100 or 1.100 or 100.1, something like that, you've got to tell it to push out to the WAN of your router. So that's just a minor technicality. So you don't actually need to use the router at all. In fact, I've got it laying on the ground somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, it's just I've just not got it plugged in at all. But of course, you can
Right.
actually take this second plug out, that protector, and that's like the auxiliary out. But like I said, you don't have to use it at all. You can use it,
So-
and it. Yeah, go on.
Sorry. Could you just explain that again? Sorry, I was actually just asking if she wants to jump in the chat. Yeah, sorry.
Yes. So yeah, and if you want to send to the chat, just forward to the email, or just tell her to go to tokwa.org.au/.
I've just sent the link. Yeah.
I'll try and bring up my router.
Just can listen back in Richard on YouTube if we hear what he said. Get all the details.
Yeah, well, that's true too. If you just go to youtube.com/ something that's unpronounceable, but just search for Tokwa or Tesla Owners Western Australia.
But sorry, Harold, I missed the two as well. So if you feel like just quickly.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, my friend. Yeah, might jump in.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's totally cool.
Special friend?
No.
What I'll try and do, Pete, is to explain that. I've got to find out where I did that. And root. Ah, yes. And I've just got to check that I've got nothing that's.
So Barry, Mark, and Pete, not Petrosky, feel free to jump in at any moment. Any questions about Starlink? Because I feel like
just a quick one. Two things you mentioned. One was regarding ground stations. What's the link up between the ground stations? Why are they used? And
Right,
the other thing was, are the satellites static? I presume they are from what you just said.
No.
Geostationary orbit.
No, not at all. So if I share the screen, and I'll just get rid of this.
Good question, Mark. Oh, good question.
I'll just get rid of all these hexagons because that makes it a little bit confusing. Here we go. So basically, the satellites, all of those blue dots are all the satellites. I think there's 1,400. Hang on, there's 1,486 of them, right? And they're
not geostationary, so you switch.
No. They are low Earth orbit, and this is what makes the system so much better than anything else that's existed before. Is they're only about 550 kilometers in altitude, so they're in low Earth orbit. Which means that the signal's a lot stronger and the latency is a lot less because geostationary is 36,000 kilometers. So the return path on geostationary is it's in excess of 70,000 kilometers, and that's a substantial fraction of 300,000 kilometers, which is the speed of light, which is how fast the speed of light can go in 1 second. Sorry, how fast light can go in a second is 300,000 kilometers per second. So you've got long latency on geostationary satellite communications, which is why in the old days when you did TV interviews and radio interviews via satellite, it was very stilted because of the long delays. So the pings on Starlink are about 70 milliseconds, which is pretty good. So you've got all these 1,400 satellites, and it's a bit hard to see. You can actually, if I just click on one, you can then actually see its orbit. So it's inclined at 57 degrees, I think, which means it doesn't go any higher than 57 latitude, north or south. So they're sort of more clustered at the edge. Then I'll just click off that. Now then, as far as what happens is you can see these I'm just trying to scroll, but it's got a high demand on the usage of the PC. You've got a Cataby ground station, you've got a Wagen ground station, Meriden, and Bulling. So what happens is I've actually been to the Wagen ground station and the Cataby one, and they've actually got Vocus fiber optic cable going to a farm at Caterpie, and
There you go.
and I have published the drone photos before. I'll dig them up a bit later on, but they're basically eight. There are eight radomes, so fiberglass white domes. They look like oversized beach balls, and there are basically eight, probably phased array terminals, and who knows, they could be very similar to the dishes we've got today. I just don't really know. Or maybe they're more higher power versions of the similar thing. And anyway, so what basically happens is the internet basically gets pushed up to the satellites. So these satellites here in orange are the links for the ground stations. And then in my case, because I've set where I am, then my dish is actually talking to this satellite over here, which is then relinking from the Meriden ground station. So basically, the internet is going from Meriden up to the satellite and then across to me, and also surrounding links as well on this one pattern. So the link for Port Hedland is actually going from probably the Bullabulling ground station up to this satellite and then going across to Port Hedland. So it's got a fair hike. But one thing that is interesting to note is that you would presume that, well, fibre optics would be quicker. If you had a fibre optic cable between Perth and Port Hedland, it would be quicker than having to go up, 550 kilometres and then across by satellite. But actually the speed of light in a vacuum is 300,000 kilometres per second. But the speed of light in a fibre optic cable is actually about 2/3 the speed in a vacuum. So the second generation of Starlink satellites, of which only a very few of them are the ones that have satellite to satellite laser communication. So in all of these satellites, when you see in the future, all of these satellites will have point-to-point communication via laser as a mesh. And then, for instance, if you wanted to get, and this was a big thing that was in America, I don't know, about 15 years ago, is between Chicago and New York, between those two stock exchanges, there was obviously standard fiber optic cable that was actually routed or routed along highways and roads, because they were the natural boundaries between properties. But there was a private consortium that actually, and I think it cost them several $100 million, and they actually ran a private fiber optic cable between New York and Chicago in as straight a line as they could. So they negotiated with farmers to say, can we just cut a trench across your field and we'll pay you for it, and we'll bury the cable, and after it's done, you won't have to worry about it ever again, and we'll pay you, an amount of money. So they got a very straight fiber optic cable, and that way they, I think they saved dozens of milliseconds of transit time, which when you're doing high frequency trading or front running that's the whole game, is the speed between the two locations. So that it was worth it to them to spend hundreds of millions of dollars getting this done. Now, what Starlink is going to offer is, between, say, the West Coast and the East Coast of the States, is that it'll be a fair bit faster delay or propagation time between, vast distances, and it will be superior to fiber optic cable, which is sort of remarkable.
That is incredible.
Speaking of Port Hedland,
that's a great answer. Thank you, Harold.
So say again, Richard.
Yeah, so I think my friend and work colleague Jana, I think is joined in the chat.
Jana, welcome, and congratulations on getting a dish in Port Hedland. That is just awesome. That's just amazing.
My dish is in Perth. Sorry, everybody. I'm in Forestfield.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, I've just confused everyone then, both last week and this week.
Richard, you just you at first you blew my mind, and now you've just disappointed me, Richard.
We could try this though. We could still try that. I've got a flight to Headland on the 16th of December to visit family. So maybe.
I think it's due
No,
to
it
take
won't.
to your cell in Perth, I think.
Yeah, it won't work. No, it definitely won't work. I'm just trying. My PC is going very slowly with this program. I'm trying to just scroll across.
Sorry,
but
everyone. I've got everyone's hopes up and dashed everyone's dreams into a thousand pieces.
Yeah. That's very excited. Jeez.
But yeah, so it definitely, in Perth it works really, really well. What you can try, Yana, is just get onto the app and every now and then just do a speed test, and you'll find that you'll be able to get 200 megabits easily from time to time.
Don't worry about it, Richard. It was lost in communication.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Did you say you had fibre to the house or fibre to node?
No, fibre to the house.
So why are you going so slow? So I've just been chatting to a friend of mine who almost dialed in tonight just for this. And he's getting 1 gig on fibre to the house.
And how much is that costing him?
Hang on. 129 a month for 1 gig.
What? Yeah, my friend's got the same.
Internet.
I've got a mate who's got the same thing.
Oh, is that Pentanet, is it?
No, it's not Pentanet, it's fibre.
Yeah.
Because what happened is no one was buying it, and they went out to their customers and gave them a discounted price for a period to try and promote people to use the fast speeds. But I believe after a year or 2 years or something, they revert to a different plan.
Well, I can see here, if you look at this is IONET, and I presume this is probably similar to most providers. You've got your NBN 100, which is your standard one. But if we go to say 1 gig, and we click on this, this is an awesome deal. What it is ongoing monthly plan fee, $878.90 only per month.
That's cheap.
That's cheap. And if you go on a 36 or 48 month plan, the minimum charge for a 36-month plan is only $29,003.70.
Oh, beautiful.
Look, I thought I might do a fall over and buy 2 just to have a spare one just in case.
I was actually going to sign up with your credit card, Harold.
Would you have a dedicated line for the granny flat at the back, Harold, as well?
It's making my 40 meg speed looking pathetic.
Yeah. So, yeah, go on.
Harold, sorry, were you able to explain how to bypass the Starlink router?
Oh yes. So this is the router. I'm not using it. So all I've done is I've plugged the white cable straight into my router, into effectively the WAN port. So I'm not sure. Have you got? Did you have fiber to the? Well, you'd have fiber to the node.
No, I'm at home. I'm copper to the node.
No, Yana. Sorry.
I had fibre to the node, yeah. So I was about 1.5 Ks from a node, but I was still only getting a maximum of about 50 meg down and 20 up at maximum. So this is obviously a huge improvement. I just literally chucked mine together because obviously it came packaged so easily, you know, it was all good to go. You didn't even have to plug in anything.
Yes.
So now that you've said that, I will go back and literally chuck it in to my existing hardware. So
yeah, so you have to look. There's a ton of YouTube videos about it, but the router that you had with your previous ISP, was that like an IONET router, or is it one of the ISP routers, or just a general one that you've used?
yeah, it was one of those rebadged Netgears by Telstra. So that's already decommissioned. But because I've only got a Netgear wireless router. So
yeah,
it's
okay.
got a
So
WAN port, so that should work
yeah,
actually.
yeah. So what you can do is you can put it straight into the WAN port. In fact, I'll just bring up WAN on mine and just make sure
Can I
there's
just check? So
nothing.
you're both on Starlink right now, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Yes, yeah, I
And
am
so's
too.
Harold.
Yep. So
Harold, how's that?
I'll just have a quick look, make sure there's nothing. Yeah, that should be okay. All right. So I've just got the WAN as Ethernet. I've actually done mine on the Ethernet LAN. I haven't selected the WAN, but it doesn't actually matter because some routers have got a blue, what they call a WAN, which is a wide area network. That's the internet port. But mine is just hooked on to the Ethernet LAN, and you just go automatic IP. So the router will just ask effectively the ISP, which is your dish. It'll ask for an IP address, and everything else is just on standard. It's just standard configuration. I'll just flick off that for a second. And what I'd mentioned before was at the moment with using this router, you can use your app to get speed information and other statistics. And when I actually disconnected this and went straight to my router, I lost it because my router's got an IP address of 192.168.50.1. So it's completely different to what the dish is used to. So then what I had to do was set up under the LAN setting, which they call a route, and it's a LAN route. So it's when anything on the network looks for this address 192.168.100.1, I actually point it to the outside port of my router, of the gateway, which is the router, and that's basically out to the dish. So whenever anything, namely my phone, because when you use your phone app on wireless, it looks for that 192.168.100.1, it'll then point it outwards towards what it thinks is the internet. So you just need to set that up so that then you can use the screen. And I'll just, for anyone that's joined us later, I'll just quickly bring that back up, which is, oh, sorry, I've just got to go into settings. Unfortunately, Zoom is not very user-friendly as far as sharing screens. Here we go. That one. Share screen. That. And share. And then it should just say, I don't know if you can see anything yet. It's probably... okay, there we go. It's almost there. Right. So yeah, so then you can get all these statistics, so you can see that it's online. But when I had without that static route going outwards, the app wouldn't see all the stats and wouldn't see all this, which is really cool because, like I said earlier, you can see what your outages are. And there was actually interesting this morning at 8 o'clock. There was a bit of an outage for about 20 seconds, and one of my mates, Jason, he had the same thing. So there was obviously one little minor issue.
UFO, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, it could be exactly. And like I showed before, you can actually look back on your visibility, which you might not realize, and then it will show any obstructions. So, and they'll come up as red patches if you've got trees or whatever in the way. So you don't click on the check for obstructions. You just go to just visibility, click visibility, and it'll pop up. And then the last one is speed. So we can always do a speed off, and it'll just start checking it shortly. And this is the speed with, I think my wife is like watching Netflix in another room, so that's using download as well. Oh, it's a little bit slow at the moment. It's only.
Could you maybe just kick her off, Harold, so we can see, like just tell her you get off?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I should just unplug her.
Yeah,
So unfortunately, I'm only getting 77 megabits per second right this minute. But you know,
that's because of Netflix. That's just shocking.
I know it's appalling. And I think the up is not too bad at 27 megabits per second either.
Hey, Harold,
So there you go.
why is it that sometimes that screen shows the router to internet speed and other times it shows your device?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if that's going to work. Is that going to work for me?
Hey, Peter, you on this new Starlink tonight?
I am on my phone. When I connected up, I was running late. The iPad automatically went to the Wi-Fi that I already had set up, so I hadn't. I've got to put the password in, but I can try and log off now and see if I can log in.
So before you do that, Pete, the reason why it says connect to your Starlink Wi-Fi to run this test, that is because the Wi-Fi is in my hand. It's not connected to anything, so we can't talk to it, and it knows that. So that's why it's showing. It doesn't do a speed test for the router because it's not connected.
Gotcha. But sometimes for me, it says iPhone to internet. Other times it says router to internet.
Yes. So yeah, and you notice that the router speed is always slower. I used to get the router would be about 150 megabits per second, which is not bad, and then my phone would get 220 or 240 megabits per second, which I just don't know why. Now I'll dig out that. I'll dig out that tweet of Jason Stanley's.
Richard Chapman.
Hello.
So, is there anything else you want to tell us about? Like your friend's not from Port Ellen. Is Santa Claus not real either?
I hate to break it to you, mate, but the Easter Bunny might have some secrets to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Friends in Port Ellen and Santa Claus isn't real. What's next?
I found it interesting to set up. I hope you don't mind me butting in again.
Of course not. Please do.
I hosted a computer LAN party on the weekend, and we had about 12 people here. We're all connected via LAN, obviously. And so obviously the box arrived the Friday morning, and so we had to set it up. Now we chucked it just on its provided mount on the garden table in the backyard, just above the ground, and it connected within 10 minutes. And we were getting 300 meg down. And all of us were like blown away. So everyone quickly opened and downloaded all their games because normally you can't do that. So yesterday we mounted it just on a J pole on the front of the house. No obstructions again. Don't know whether it's just everyone's mobile phones connecting and streaming. Probably is. But like I've just checked again, and I'm getting 132 max down and 30 up at the moment. So there's maybe I need to tweak it. Maybe I could play around with that some more and add an extension to the poll, see if that makes a difference. I don't think it would, but I just found that interesting why it was better with 12 people connected via LAN and downloading to now. So
it is a bit iffy. It does change around a bit. How long have you had it up for, like on?
Since probably since Friday. It's been
okay. Well, if you just open your app and look at obstructions or visibility, it'll show you if there's any red areas where it might think it's obstructed. So
it definitely looks fine. It says there's no obstructions. It says it's clear, which is great. There's no red at all. So yeah, I would have thought being on the roof would obviously be better.
Yep.
Are we right in saying, Harold, that the more people that connect to these satellites, there's going to be a division of that speed? So potentially there was less people connected?
Yeah.
Not the same.
Yeah, I don't know what the limit is, like, whether it's hundreds or I don't know what the density. Yeah, it's like the tragedy of the commons. The more and more people use it, you've got to divide it, just like mobile phone spectrum.
Yeah.
This is why they have microcells.
I
Hey,
thought that
Harold,
what
if you
Starlink was
check
going
your,
to.
sorry, I was just going
Sorry.
to say, if you check your speed now, you'll notice it's a little bit lower because I'm on Starlink now.
I thought that Starlink said that they were going to
On your Pete.
they would only have a certain number of people basically they would have a maximum contention
Yes.
ratio, and then they would they would add satellites, and then that would increase capacity.
Yeah, exactly. Now, just getting back. So it is Yana, isn't it? I've got to get that right. Yes, cool, awesome. Because it shows you show as Nori, and it's like, oh man, it's just doing my head in. So it is Yana. So this was my first setup. Was just and Pete, this is where it initially starts off as flat, and then it sort of bends to the
Harold,
south.
what angle does it tilt in more than one axis?
Yes.
Yes.
So
okay. Okay, so it will fully rotate.
Yes. It's got a dual axle. So one's on the back of the dish, which allows it to go in one.
Right.
So what it can do is this bit can tilt up and down in this axis, but the mount can actually spin around on the pole in any direction.
Okay.
So it can literally
what
cover.
I was wondering was where Yana had put it, and it's just in a different position on the roof. I thought, I wonder if it could only move in one axis.
No,
then it might not be ideal, but no, if it can rotate as well, then that's that's.
And in fact, I don't think I have a photo of it. Oh, by the way, I did find that tweet where Jason was just showing off, and just to prove it, he got 425 megabits per second.
Wow.
At 7:43 a.m.
Wow. I'm going to get up tomorrow.
So we're going to have a dish off. We're going to it's going to be a leaderboard of, but his was slow.
I thought at 280, I was jumping up and down at 280, and I thought I'll get up on Zoom, and I reckon I'll be number one. But that's just blown me away.
Yeah, that was this morning. So
you got 270, Harold, yeah?
Say again?
You got 270, did you say, your top speed?
I think top. Okay, if we're going to have a dish off, let's have a little look.
Only screenshots count.
Yes, I know. I've only got a 190 there.
My screenshot.
280, nice. Yeah, see, that doesn't impress me because Jason's got quite a few 300s and stuff. But
stolen my thunder, buddy, Jason Stanley.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. But I'll just see if he might have taken a photo of his dish on the roof. So what you can do, he has actually, because of course he's tweeted it out. I'll just share that. So he's from that angle, you can see the pole is at a 22.5 degree angle because that's what his roof is. So it doesn't actually care. So in this case, it was actually oriented correctly, so it's not actually really bent off the pole much. It's just virtually straight out, and just relying on the roof to provide the angle.
Is that the moon in the background there?
Yeah, it's a very artistic shot there. Yeah, that's very. There's a bit of a moonrise.
Those solar rails could have been cut down, Pete.
What's that?
That's a sloppy install there, mate. Could have taken
I think
300 off those rails.
I think that might have been a DIY, that one.
So the pigeons got somewhere in a nest. That's what they're there for.
Sorry, I can't. I didn't hear that, Pete. Sorry, mate.
That sounds like.
Yeah, so there you go. So Yana, why don't you have a Tesla too?
Money.
Well,
my last ashamed car purchase was a $5,000 Suzuki Samurai. So I'm not there yet, but I would love to build an electric conversion in it.
Wicked.
One day it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time.
We know people.
Yeah. I said to Richard, "Are you sure I'm allowed in this Zoom meeting tonight?"
Oh yeah, totally. Well, I mean, you've already increased the intelligence of the whole room, and
What do you mean, Harold?
Wow. Thank you.
Because we're just Tesla owners that just talk about Teslas all day and other things and Starlink. See, so it's not just all Tesla.
You speak for yourself, Harold.
Yeah, exactly.
In terms of money, the Teslas are actually really cheap. In fact, they're about $14,000 cheaper than an average Australian petrol car after just 3 years. If you include obviously the upfront cost, but also the depreciation, the fuel costs, the servicing and maintenance, rego, insurance.
Oh, it's going to happen. In fact, look, I'll be honest, Richard's recent journey all the way up past Port Hedland. How far did you go, Richard?
Oh, we got to Broome.
He went to Port
and went via Carragini on the way back.
And did you stop off in Bali, Richard?
Say again?
I thought you went to Bali. I thought you stopped off in Bali.
We tried. I activated the submersible mode on the car, the James Bond Lotus mode in the car, and it was no problem. We went and had a great time.
In fact, Jana, there's a Pete Petrosky has been a bit modest, but he's a published author, and on the Driven, there's actually an article where he explains that a Model 3 costs $14,000 less to own than the average petrol car.
Actually, Pete, in that article, one thing you did miss was...
Oh, here we go. Russell, get him. Get him, Russell. Get him. Get him, Russell. Get him. Take him down.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Come on, Russell.
I'm ready for you.
Come on, Russell. I've got my money on you, you bitch. Come on. Come on. Jeez. Take him, Russell. Take him. Take him.
You don't get Jared or what?
You got him. Get him. Get him.
But you just got to put the ball away.
The cost of the mandatory number plate you have to get, the custom number plate for the Tesla, that wasn't included.
Oh, there we
go. Good work, Russell. Well done.
Very good.
Very good. So I was shaping up all for nothing.
Well, Jana, I'm glad to hear that it might have inspired you. That's awesome.
Well, see, he's even got graphs, that even prove it.
He's good with his graphs. He's very good with them.
That one makes a little bit more. It's a little bit easier to comprehend. That the one that's further down.
That one, that's the graph. That's the graph.
Oh, that's the modeling shot. Look at the shoes. The shoes match the wall.
I sent him that with the previous article, and I didn't even know they were putting this up. They took it off the Tocqueville website and put it up, and they've used these photos that they had from before. So,
and it doesn't even have the prison look with the growth in the face now. It's got the pre-prison look.
Oh God!
One thing I would, if we were going to do that trip, if we were going to do that trip again, I would probably hear me out here. I would probably wait until the Tesla Model Y becomes available, hopefully within the next few months. Order one with a long range one with a tow bar on it, and then tow a little caravan behind, and then camp in powered sites all the way up. That would be what I would do now if we were to do it again.
Or if you win the $80 million tomorrow night, just buy a custom Learjet and fly everywhere.
It would have to be electric though, Jared.
Electric Learjet. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the fuel pump that pumps the kerosene into the wings is electric.
It's electric.
like the Electron rocket that uses the electric pump to power the Rutherford engines.
That's it, exactly. So, Pete, go and explain this awesome graph to us. I mean, sorry, this table. Sorry.
Okay, so what I'm so the way I explain it is, let's say that both you and your neighbour go out and...
Sorry, I just wrecked it.
That's right.
Apologies. I just tried to click off it. Hang on. Let me just... So you can start talking and I'll find it again. Sorry. Oh, here we got it. I found it. Unfortunately, I was trying to click off an ad and it doesn't want to go.
See Russell getting ready to pounce. There's a bit of smoke coming out. He's ready to jump on you, Pete.
Russell's in cheater mode.
I got the fact check mode ready to go.
He's going.
Was it media watch or whatever we're gonna do? Like watch, yeah.
Media watch.
All right, go Pete.
Okay, so let's assume that both you and your neighbour go out and buy a new car tonight. You buy a Tesla Model 3 Standard Range Plus, now called the rear-wheel drive, the base version, and your neighbour buys an average Australian petrol car. And like I said, if we include everything, so at the top you've got the drive-away price. So you know, which one's more expensive? So obviously the Model 3 is about 23 grand, 22 grand more expensive, but that's not the right way to look at it. The right way to look at it is to look in terms of the total cost of ownership. So if you both start off with a zero bank balance, charging fuel, you'll be ahead by about $4,800 over the 3-year period. But that's assuming, so I'm being very liberal or very conservative here. So for instance, average unleaded petrol price in Australia over the 10 years preceding 2019. So it doesn't take into account the higher COVID prices, but rather than taking into account an average 10-year electricity price, I just took the latest electricity price, which also happens to be the most recent. Now, obviously, if you've got solar, you can effectively have, you know, free electricity, you know, assuming you ignore the opportunity cost of export credits or feed-in tariffs. But yeah, and we obviously know that there's EV-friendly tariffs out there as well. So I've assumed an average electricity price across Australia, and the most recent one, which is the highest one, versus a 10-year average for fuel. So if anything, I mean, you know, the fuel cost could actually be zero, but so it could be a much bigger difference. Service and maintenance. So that service side could be zero as well, because Tesla is the only manufacturer that I know of that doesn't have a official maintenance schedule that they ask you to adhere to. So Harold's gone across the Nullarbor around Australia, and for maintenance purpose, for servicing and maintenance purposes, I don't think he's ever been to a service centre, and his car's done 190,000 K plus. So it could be zero, but I've put in 111 there because I've assumed that you follow Tesla's recommendations. And unless you live in a snowy environment where there's salt on the road, there's really only 3 things that you need to do. And that's rotate the tires once every 10,000 kilometers. Tesla charges $44.90, or about $45 to rotate the tires. But I didn't include that because presumably they will be the same with the electric car. So I've excluded that. But I've included the other 2 things that they recommend. One is a filter, a pollen filter that they ask you, a cabin filter that they ask you to replace. That costs about 50 odd bucks. If you get Tesla to do it, including labor, it's $86, including GST. The only other thing that they ask you to do is to check the brake fluid for contaminants, basically to check if any moisture has got in. You can buy a pen off Amazon for 12 bucks and do it yourself, or you can get Tesla to do it and it will cost $24. So both the cabin filter and the brake fluid health check, they ask you to do once every 2 years. So $111 is your service and maintenance cost over 3 years. Insurance, this is where the Tesla comes in more expensive. So I've used a fairly high insurance rate there for both cars, but mainly the for the Tesla. It is an average of Model 3s across Australia. That said, it's not reflective of the average because it includes, you know, most of the insurance companies. And, you know, obviously, if you've got a quote for $4,000 a year and a quote for $1,000, you're not going to take the $4,000 quote. So in real life, that should actually be And actually, I've noticed that on a dollar of premium per insured dollar, it works out cheaper than my petrol car. So we've actually got 3 EVs in the driveway at the moment, but we've got a 4th petrol car as well. And yeah, it actually on a relative basis actually works out less. Rego licensing is pretty much the same. Obviously, you'll pay more in interest because you've got to borrow more because it's a more expensive car. But if you include everything, including financing costs, you're $12,600 ahead, or a little bit over $300 a month better off. And that's just after 3 years. And obviously, the longer you hold on to the car, the better off you'll be.
Russell?
I think that stacks up. I'll give it a thumbs up.
Actually, you did one not long ago that you posted, Russell.
Oh yeah, that was just on one of these chats, I believe. Mine was over 5 years though.
Right. How does that compare?
Oh, it's the same as it's within the same amount what I got, but obviously over 5 years it's a bigger number because you start saving more and more. Yeah, and I assumed a lower insurance cost than what you did, a lower fuel rate as well, thinking people would be using. I guess mine was a bit more aggressive to try and move people over.
Yeah.
Based on what I was using it really.
So the figures that I use, I try to make sure that I could defend all the inputs into that model or that calculation. Not so much so from the EV side, but more so from the internal combustion engine side. So that's why I made sure all the numbers were conservative. I mean, obviously the biggest one there is the depreciation. I didn't base that on, car sales figures recently or anything like that, because obviously with COVID, all those figures are, affected. Yeah, inflated to the upside. So I used a study done in the US. We've only had our cars for 2 years and about 4 months in Australia, or the Model 3s, but in the US, they've had them for over 4 years. So they base their depreciation figures. So this is a study of 5.7 million cars, so quite a comprehensive study. And they looked at, with the Model 3s, they looked at the 2017 models that were sold in 2020. So sort of before COVID or before any sort of material price increases. And the average car was found to have depreciated 39 point something percent over 3 years. The average EV, interestingly, 50.2% over 3 years, but the Model 3 was 10.2% over 3 years. So a quarter as much as a petrol car and a fifth as much as another EV. You're muted, Harold.
And just to underline some of the things that Peter said, particularly on servicing, my car has done 190,000 kilometres, and which is, I don't know how many years, is that 12 years of average driving in the 4 years I've owned it?
I'll tell you exactly. Actually, yeah, that's pretty much spot on. So if you're doing 15,000 as an average, that's 12.67.
Yep. So I've basically done 12 years worth of driving, and up until a couple of weeks ago, I did no servicing to the car. Well, in fact, the car has not been properly serviced, or improperly serviced for that matter. It hasn't been serviced, and Tesla has no regular servicing interval or program, except what Peter said, which are recommendations only. So they're not even mandated. And to be honest, I haven't.
Warranty if you choose not to do any of the.
Exactly. So I haven't had my my brake fluid tested for moisture. When my car had done 100,000 kilometres, I had them have a look at the front brake pads, and they'd used 0.2 out of 5 millimetres of pad in 100,000 Ks.
Because Was that 0.2 of a mil out of 5 mil?
Point 0.2 of a millimeter out of the 5 millimeters of the thickness of the pads.
25%.
So it pegs them. It pegs them at beyond, you know, 1 million kilometers for the pads.
So 4% wear.
Yeah, yeah. So and I don't have a hat on the back of my parcel shelf. But you know, I just drive the car sort of fairly normally. But because it's got regeneration, you just don't use your brakes much, if at all, really.
And Harold, we should say a lot of that would have been prior to the single pedal driving mode that came in.
I don't even have single pedal driving mode, Pete. So my car, if I let go of the pedal, it will come to a crawl. Like, it doesn't actually stop by itself. It will if you're in autopilot and it's behind a car or at traffic lights and all that sort of stuff. It'll apply the brakes for you. But yeah, it doesn't have single.
So basically, you still have to, albeit obviously to a much lesser degree, but you still have to use your brakes.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Single pedal mode with the Model 3s going forward. You know, if anything, I think the recommendation on some of the forums is, you know, unless you've been to a track or you've been driving like a hoon, every 3 or 4 months, do a good brake, because you could have a build-up of rust on your rotors, on your brake. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, sometimes in my car, when I reverse slowly, it does that really horrendous squeal, that sort of backward squeal. That's because I'm just not using the brakes enough, basically. But so I've got no usage on brake pads.
But your car's still got regenerative braking, though, right? It's still,
yes, it does. Absolutely, yes, it's got regen.
Not to the same extent as ours. It's just less powerful.
No, it's similar power. It's just that it doesn't use. My car doesn't have switch reluctance motors, so they are pure. The two motors I have are pure induction motors, so that you can't actually lock them dead to a dead stop. You can only just retard them down to a certain speed, and once they go too slowly, you just can't get any more retardation. So in the 190,000 kilometers, there's been basically no preventative maintenance done. Obviously, it's had tires. It's had a couple of sets of tires, but that's every car has tires. So even though I paid a lot of money for the car, I've not paid any real amount of money to maintain the car, and so a lot of your costs are brought forward to when you get the car. But after that, and you know, let's face it, a lot of us, once we've spent the money, it's gone and forgotten. That pain is well and truly gone. And what you do is you enjoy the future enjoyment, which is very little outlay on a car that maintains its value. The other thing too is, my car, after doing 190,000 kilometers, if you had the same model side by side next to my car and you ran both of them, you wouldn't be able to tell which one had done 190,000 Ks and which had done 0, because there's just zero difference in performance. Whereas a petrol engine or a diesel, you would absolutely know if one car had done 190,000 Ks. You know, you'd definitely feel it, you'd hear it, and you'd know it. So that's the real difference.
Actually,
Harold, what was your battery like?
Oh, it's probably, and bearing in mind, I've got the old battery technology. You know, it's literally, my car was built in November 2016, even though I received it in March 2017. So that battery technology has gone through several iterations. I think I've lost my 90% range was 354 kilometers. And now it's 311. So
that's not bad.
I don't even know what that is. That 7% or something? I'm not even sure. I haven't done that maths. 354, 311 divide 1 on X 80. Oh, maybe it's 13%, something like that. But that's after 12 years of equivalent use.
That's brilliant.
How come when
So-
they value a second-hand car, then they take into consideration the kilometres driven? Like, what effect does that have on the sale value?
I don't really know. I mean, look, I think the problem is the mindset of someone buying a high kilometre EV as we speak today is that they'll presume it suffers the same degradation as a petrol or a conventionally powered car. The funny thing is, one thing that Elon Musk is famous for saying is that when you buy a conventional car, the day you get it is the best it will ever be, because the very next day and all the other days subsequently, it's effectively degrading in performance and in ability. But my car can do more today than it could, vastly more today than it could do when I bought it 4.5 years ago, because it's now got automatic stopping at traffic lights. It's got proper autopilot. It will eventually have full self-driving because I've paid for that and I will be getting it. It's got dash cam, sentry mode. So, like for instance, if you park your car outside and someone breaks into it, well, it's got surround cameras and it takes video footage of people doing it. When you're driving a car, you don't have to buy a dash cam because that's built into the car. So as you're driving along and there are surround cameras, and if someone smashes into you, you'll be able to prove who was at fault and all that sort of stuff. All these features of. Sorry?
I was going to ask a question. It's a bit off track, but can
Yeah,
I
go
ask
on.
your opinion, all of you, on your insurance and how do you find that, and who are you with for insurance?
Yeah, so RAC universally have the best deal. For the Model 3s, what's the current costs?
Anywhere between 800 and 1200.
403 drive away.
Say again, Pete?
60,403.
No, she's asking
No,
about
insurance.
RAC
Insurance.
Insurance is
Look,
between about
there is-
$800 and $1,200.
In WA, it varies between $700 to about $1,400, and depends on where you live.
Normal
how
then.
you drive,
Unless your name is Carmen.
She's not on.
Yes,
today,
but
is she?
Carmen, who is not here to defend herself, and I'm sure she won't mind me saying so, did admit to a minor infraction in a past life that might have affected her future insurance premiums.
But it also
For the
depends
Russian
on,
government.
and it depends on whether you tick the option of a free hire car, what the excess is, obviously the insured value, if you've got any accessories. So there's so many variables. How much you drive, what the age of the youngest driver is.
We can do a live quote for you if you want. We can chuck it up on the screen.
It sounds standard. It sounds totally
Yeah,
standard.
I got my quote for 1170. That's for a brand new M3P that I pick up next week.
So,
that
Jana,
car
that's
is
a
a
performance Model
which
3.
is a 100+ grand car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
performance.
And you're only going to
Model-
drive that
Model 3
aren't you,
performance.
just to church on Sundays, and that's it?
Well, now speaking of performance, it's probably a good time to have a little video interlude. And Jana, you won't have any idea what this means, but you will certainly see at the end. Let me just share this screen, and hopefully this will work.
Oh, Howard's up to his old tricks again. I can feel it.
Here he goes. He's been working on this all week.
Oh, it's a new. Oh, this is.
No
No sound. No sound.
This. It's one of the
Howard,
best
yep,
guitar
yep,
riffs ever.
Oh.
I know he started.
Was there no sound?
No, it's back now, but put it back on.
You turn the sound on, but it's not focusing on you.
Let's go back.
Yeah, but there was sound, wasn't there?
There was sound, yeah. Came on.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, someone said no sound. I thought that was a disaster. We'll start from the start.
That song starts off very
Very soft.
very softly, but it's one of the best guitar riffs ever.
Oh,
Okay.
without a doubt.
All right. So
Without a doubt.
thanks for getting me all worried. We'll try that again just to show my professionalism.
Better.
Where'd it
See
go?
your desktop, Harold.
Yeah, you got Pete.
We can hear it in the background. Can't see it.
Oh, stop it. Okay, sorry.
Excuse all technical issues. I'd like to put a disclaimer out there right now. There we go. There's our disclaimer. Thank you.
Harold's the ultimate professional.
He's this is a long-term project that he's working on.
If it didn't happen every week, we wouldn't have to apologise for it, I suppose. But it's sort of part of it now, isn't it?
Let's kick him when he's down, Russell. Hey, let's just give him just put a boot in. Yeah, let's just you can lay on the ground so Russell doesn't have to lift his legs so hard. Right.
Okay, we'll try that. We'll try that again, and I promise not to touch anything this time. Okay.
Third time lucky.
Third time's a charm. Right, so
who was that lady again? P, was she from Synergy?
She was,
She was a hitchhiker that just walking along on a lift. And
Marlena from Synergy. Yeah, it was during the EV Experience Day that Rob organised.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, now that you mentioned that clip, Harold, that some of Pete's costs, Pete, you've left out some of those costs on your graph.
Well, actually,
Pete, some of the costs aren't marrying up properly because there's the doghouse costs. So there's, you're running extra power in the other room, internet to the other room. There's other costs involved here that aren't on the graph that we need to put on there.
So what I'll do to explain that is I'll actually do the show the video unedited, and you'll see how it actually went.
Okay, ready? You don't have a Sonic or anything? No. No?
It's just one of the reactions.
Can you bring the gains up on the volume, Harold, on the video or not? That's quite low.
It's quite.
So people say Tesla's.
I'm guessing that was a bit soft.
I thought it was the battery in the hearing aid.
Yeah, so my one's just plugged in there, so I can hear okay. But you're right, it's a little bit soft. Let's see if we can try and fix that. Oh yes. Oh no, that was really low. Deary me.
Quite.
There we go. All right. Okay. Oh, we're so professional this setup. How about this?
Okay, ready?
Okay,
you don't have a Sonic or anything? No?
Oh, I've seen it 300 times. It just gets better every time.
It's just one of the reactions here, bro.
How was that? So people say Teslas are quiet cars. There was nothing quiet about that.
There was noise there.
It sounded like tires squeaking.
God.
Hey Pete, whereabouts was that? What road were you on?
That was a private controlled road.
Bullshit, it was just down the
try this at home, kids.
Excuse me.
Private controlled road.
Actually, speaking of which, Harold, I've got one better. This is a fresh one from earlier today.
Oh, well, please do share, Pete.
Hang on.
Fresh screen.
Oh, sorry, talk amongst yourselves. Technical difficulties again.
Russell,
yeah, so
coming on
so
Sunday,
we're well
Russell?
versed in them.
Russell, you coming on Sunday?
Sunday what?
Sunday, Harold, there's your plug.
oh
Sunday.
yes. So if you'd read your emails, Russell, on time that I diligently wrote just to you and no one else, we've got a casual meetup at the Good Company Bar at Karrinyup for anyone that wants to also vicariously charge at the supercharger.
Yeah, okay. Because I've got 1,000 kilometers of charging that I haven't used any of yet, and it's going to run out next month. So
yeah, mine too. The 4th.
Well, you might as
I'll
well
have
use
to
it.
just sit there and blast my stereo and run Netflix for 3 hours while I'm trying to charge and use the most of it or
And
something.
leave your car there and let it charge the $1 a minute.
Yeah.
Use those Ks up.
So Pete, just tell us when you're ready to go if you are, or we can just keep chatting. Although you're kind of frozen, so.
Sorry, Harold, was that again, once again? Where was it on Sunday?
Okay, it's at the Good Company Bar at the Karrinyup Shopping Centre, which is 200 Karrinyup Road in
And
Karrinyup.
what time was that? 11 a.m., wasn't it?
I think it's 11, if that's what the email said. I've changed the time around a couple of times for technical reasons. Let me just check what my sent items said. My sent items said our next casual meetup.
And Nigel, you're going to be there this time, Nigel?
11 a.m. Yeah, it's 11.
Nigel?
Well, are you going to be there, Jared?
Yes, I will be there.
Well,
yes.
I won't be then.
Oh, what do you mean by that? I thought you were going to do a speech or something, or?
No, I am planning on being there.
Oh, that's good.
And by the way, Yana, I mean, you're more than welcome to come too. Absolutely, totally welcome. And any friends or whatever, because we're just like a casual group.
Is there a location? I looked on the map, Harold. I actually didn't know about it. I saw the email earlier today. I looked on the Google Maps to see where parking was. Is there a location there where we're all going to park to keep all the cars together, or is it just anywhere goes?
No, unfortunately not, Russell. It's sort of it's starting to get into Chrissy time, so.
Kill or be killed, I believe.
I heard on the news that it's going to be pretty sparse car parking spots available.
I don't believe that's so, Nigel. I did go on Saturday, and look, for instance, I personally no, I'll personally park on the opposite side in the other multi-story car park. I mean, look, Karrinyup's got something like 2,000 parking bays. It's ridiculous. There's tons, but I'll park on the other side. Because I don't need supercharging.
I was about to say there's 6 reserved for us special people.
Yes, and there's, although having said that, I believe there's a gentleman coming or a family coming from Yallingup, and it'll be their first supercharge ever. So we'll definitely make sure that we.
That's it. They might have to wait a while. There might be 40 cars in front of them, so they won't be going back to Yallingup till Tuesday. I'll be staying at Karrinyup for a couple of days.
Oh, dearie me.
Open late.
What time does the shopping centre actually open?
At 11.
It does.
Yes,
yeah. But the actual good I was going to say good grocer. The Good Company Bar. It's actually on the outside of the shopping centre. So I can't actually show you any photos. I'd have to literally chuck my drone up to take photos because there's nothing. If you look at the Google Maps location, it actually shows near where the mire was. Like it's the old. They haven't got up to date photos.
I was looking at Nearmap. I've Nearmap, so I was looking at that one. It's pretty up to date.
So basically, for anyone that know, well, if you're familiar with if you go to the supercharger, it's literally you go straight up the travelator, and instead of everyone used to turn left at the top of the travelator because that's the only way you could go. You simply turn right and go outside onto like a an outside area where there's bars and all that sort of stuff. And the good company bar is as you go out to the right, outside, you veer leftish, and it's just in front of you, basically.
How far away is Lego from there?
Oh, I know that gentleman. I know that man.
Oh dear.
And don't tell me who he is. I'm going to try and remember. Don't tell me, but I do know him. Anyway, play the video, Pete.
All right. Ready? I finally sort of got it up. Sorry about all that. All right, here we go.
It's about 1G they will get. So here we go. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I cannot believe what I just. Oh my God! Did you shit yourself? Oh my God! Michael, you got Alfa Romeo, do you, Michael? Yes. Oh my God! I cannot believe what I've just witnessed. I can't believe what I've just witnessed. It just took off.
So this was the dual motor.
Dual motor.
Front and rear drive.
Correct.
Four-wheel drive.
It didn't even skid the tyres. And the reason being is because of the instant torque, it can adjust the torque so much faster, so it doesn't slip. Yeah.
I would probably buy one for 60 grand that your wife's got only rear wheel drive.
Yep.
What's a unicorn?
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think he was about to pass out just quietly. Yeah, he's one of my customers. I've known him for a long time. Haven't seen him for ages. Metro Alarms, yeah. I haven't seen him for yonks.
Yeah, right.
So Jared, you said you were asking about unicorn?
Yeah, what's the unicorn thing that they keep referring to?
Yeah, so what it is there's a batch of cars that have the larger battery, but now here's a very good question. My pet theory is one of two things, because if you go to Tesla.com and look at the Model 3, the new specs, which doing this live is always fraught with danger. Okay, yes, come on, Tesla.
This is the one that Todd and Gabby were getting, a unicorn.
It's 5.6 seconds at the moment, but it's going to go to 6.1 apparently.
Yes. So if you look now, it is actually, oh, come on, WA. Okay, so it's 6.1 seconds, whereas it was did you say 6 or 7?
5.6.
5.6.
5.6. So if you ordered this car now with and it'll cost you $66,403, it's got the longer range. You'll do 491 kilometers as opposed to, I forget what it was before.
I'm just jumping on the
low
400s.
I could do that, Russell, if I could be bothered.
I'll do that for you now. It's all right.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, mate. So
it's about 40-50K difference.
Yeah. So if you order this car today and you'll get it in 8 to 12 weeks, you'll get a 0 to 100 acceleration of 6.1 seconds. What the unicorn cars are, they've got the larger battery capacity, but they still have the 5.6 seconds 0 to 100. So they got superior acceleration and range. But after this batch that are in Fremantle Go, all the newer cars will have this slightly slower acceleration. So they'll only do 0 to 100 at 6.1 seconds, which is still...
Are they calling it something special? Is it called unicorn or?
No, a unicorn is just that colloquial notion of it's fairly rare. It's like an outlier sort of rare configuration, which has happened in the past. So, there were certain times when options changed.
That explains it.
Where you had a weird combination of features that aren't standard.
Yeah,
Harold. Also, what they are doing is it's also going to get the heated steering wheel and heated rear seats as well, which is on the new one, but wasn't on the old one either. Which surprised me. Which is really, really handy in Western Australia. Heated steering wheel and heated seats are fantastic.
Oh, it's lovely.
If you want to, actually do
I've got
only do
both.
farts around the car, you can actually heat up your rear passengers.
So the other model was 448. 448.
Oh, 448. Yeah, awesome.
And 5.6.
Thanks, Russell, for your professionalism.
So that compares. So you said 448. So we're going from 448 to 491.
43 kg.
Those figures, 6.1, that is so slow. That's
yeah, that's right.
I couldn't be doing that,
Jared.
It's too slow, way too slow. Hey, welcome, Carmen. Good to see you out of witness protection. That's great. Good to see you tonight. You're muted, Carmen. Carmen, Russian, Geschneisen, unmuted. Carmen, you're muted. No,
no, Carmen, you're muted. You got to unmute.
You got to unmute.
Oh, sorry.
That's
there you go.
I was at a Christmas party, Jared.
Oh, that's what we call it, a Christmas party, witness protection program, whichever you want to call it. That's all right. It's the same thing.
Was that at the RAC, Carmen?
So I need to catch up on all the goss.
Are we going to see you on Sunday, Carmen? Carmen, Sunday?
Yes. I think I can manage.
Are you bringing your friend with you as well?
And yes, probably.
Oh,
I'll ask her. I have to give Harold a quick update. Harold,
oh yes, please do.
Harold, we bucketed out. I got.
We're talking the pool.
No, not the pool. No,
we're talking the pool.
No, see, Carmen is so affluent that she's actually got two swimming pools. One is the one she wants, and one is the one she didn't want. And yeah, go on, tell me all about it.
So I have I think I told you guys that I ended up with a mechanic's pit in the garage, and I wanted to show Harold to see what he thought of the pit. And when I opened the lid, there was water in it, stagnant and smelly.
And there were fish that were swimming in the water. They were like little goldfish swimming.
Almost. And I couldn't believe how that got in there. Had I not shown him, I would have not found out. And I think it must have happened in the last lot of rains. My garage got flooded because I left the door open, the garage door open a little bit for air. And the water must have got in somehow, but I didn't know about it. So Harold said, oh, well, you've got to do something like get a pump. But it was all a bit, and I thought, oh, look, let's go simple. I called, as it happened, the pool man was coming to check on the pool, which had to be chemicaled to cope with the new water. And I said, oh, look, do you think you could go down in this pit and I'll hand you a bucket and we'll use 2 buckets and you just pass the buckets to me and I'll empty them. And that's what we did.
Oh, nothing like a bucket brigade to get the job done.
Yeah, so it's fixed. It's fixed now. But it was a good thing I found out, because in a couple of days when it gets really hot, it could have been really awful.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So
cool.
I've got a sparkling pool and a dry mechanic's pit.
So are you going to tell us what the issue was with the
pool?
Leak? Yeah.
Well, Harold kindly came around because I wanted a more professional opinion than the pool cleaner,
and she couldn't get one, so she had to call me instead.
Yeah. So you say, Harold?
I've got some leaves in my gutter. Harold come round. As Harold comes round, I'll just go to the restaurant and get some lunch and his credit card while he's doing my leaves.
I offered him, but he didn't want any lunch or any afternoon tea.
No, and what I did, Carmen had very surreptitiously hidden a couple of treads on her staircase. So I just
No
like
damage, I
stacked
hope.
it. No, not nothing permanent. Hope not, probably. Oh man, that was Anyway, it was an experience. I'll just bring up a photo of that said the back of the pool. Hopefully, it's just come up. So what it was, the water level is actually up to about here. So it's a really interesting pool. It's actually an above ground, below ground pool. So the water level's up here, and it had drained down to this level, which is the intakes that we saw last week.
Yeah.
But down here, there's a selector switch, which this might have not been in the right position. And what will happen is the water then goes down to the pond. I'm not sure. It's going to be a bit too hard to show on the other side, but it's just a weird setup. Well, it's actually quite interesting, but anyway, it was probably one of those one-off things that maybe that valve wasn't in the exact correct position, and the water basically slowly drained away. But anyway, it's all good.
I still can't believe that first guy had no clue. I mean, did you look in the right section for pool cleaners? Like, who actually came around? And like, did he come to clean the pool, or like, what was he actually?
No.
You know, Russell. He probably had your physique, and it's probably just sweeping the pool. Just a normal pool man.
He was a pool boy.
He was a pool boy.
You got an engineer out to come fix it. You got an electrical engineer, Harold, to come out and fix it for you.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, the pool man is actually a very nice ex-teacher. And he also, I found out, I didn't know until the pit episode, that he actually, in his older days, worked up in the mines. So I said, oh, well, this is easy then. It's just a few buckets of water.
Right. So all good miners. Well, it's actually true, because when you dig a hole deep enough, it fills up with water, and you've got to keep pumping it out. So he's probably just fully used to that.
Yeah.
Let's check with Richard Chapman on that one. Richard Chapman, is there lots of water in your mine up there? Come in, Richard. Richard, you there? Over, Richard.
Oh, he's lost telemetry, unfortunately. He's oh no, he's coming back. Oh,
No,
he's back.
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm doing my evening walks around the camp.
So what's the temperature?
It's a bit colder than I'd like it. It's only 24 at the moment, but it was a lovely 41 earlier. That's more my sort of temperature.
Awesome, nice.
And what was for dinner tonight at the catering? T-bone?
Oh, what did we have? It was a pork rendang.
Oh,
it was very nice.
Wow. Ooh. And how many flavors of ice cream did you have to choose from?
I don't even try. I try not to ever look at any of that, because that's a dangerous path that you go down.
Yes.
Don't they have those aerobic skills running around that you can join in on?
You can if you wish, Jared. That's
I've
only
seen
for you,
I've
though.
seen those aerobic skills running around when I was there up at one of those camps. And they asked me if I want to join in. I said to them, yeah, I'll just stand here and watch. I was all right with that. But
we have a female-only gym now.
A female-only gym? Oh,
just to stop people like you.
Oh, really? Yeah, there you go. Shocking. Absolutely shocking.
Hey, Carmen, in terms of tradespeople, I'm more than happy to volunteer my services. As a plug for my services, I thought I'd show you the following video. I did mention earlier on that I was cutting down some palms to make for various purposes. I'll show you one of my better.
Excuse me, but he knows you.
Oh, here we go. Oh, we gotta watch the footage.
Hang on, here it comes. It's exciting.
All right, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
So here I am getting ready to now. Just look at that fence that's on the right hand side. Can you see the pull fence on the right hand side?
Yes.
All right. Keep an eye on that one.
Uh-oh.
That's where it goes bad.
Oh, this is in slow-mo for some reason. But anyway,
Yeah, that's okay. It should be better when it's in slow-mo. I can see the rope trying to pull it to the left.
You should have been cutting it on the other side, Pete.
Yeah, oh, no, I've already done that. This is just the last bit, but obviously the rope, yeah.
So let's have a look at the rope. I can see the rope pulling it to the left, and it's working. Oh, here we go. It's about to go.
So I went to put down the chainsaw to go and push the tree over.
Oh,
yep. Shit. So the rope's pulling it. Oh, look at that. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
There's a GoFundMe page for you fence.
Keep an eye on that fence.
Oh.
Bang.
But Pete, you're supposed to cut it in little chunks. You don't fell for a palm tree all in one piece.
Well, I did the other 4 that way, and they were all absolutely perfectly and fell exactly where they were supposed to. But that one, I was rushing to go and pick up my son from school. I was trying to juggle tradesmen, phone calls, and all the rest of it. And that rope, I was pulling on it before to try and get the palm down, and I loosened it, so there was too much slack, so it was basically doing nothing. So that rope was supposed to be my my backup in case I got it wrong, which I obviously did.
Yeah.
So is the fence okay?
Yeah, it's great.
No, fence is life support. It's not going to make it.
Well, I learned something about you, Pete, during the week.
Hey, Carmen. Oh,
I met a person that knows you. And
Once again, Carmen.
You used to be a professional tennis player.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Who's
a professional tennis player?
Been telling this, Carmen?
No, I'm not telling fibs.
Who told you?
Now we're going to find out that he's the number 1.
Well, if I did that, if I told you, you told me.
It's witness
it may
protection again.
backfire.
So Pete's name is really John McEnroe.
That said, actually, I can tell you a hilarious story about John McEnroe.
Oh, here we go.
I'll see you guys on Sunday.
Definitely.
See you, Nigel.
See you, Nigel.
Good night, Nigel.
I'll tell you the John McEnroe story on Sunday.
No, tell us now. We're not in a rush.
So, since Carmen dropped me in, so I was playing Australian Open Juniors, and we were lucky enough to get to share the change rooms with the men's. And I was walking behind John McEnroe on the way inside the change rooms, and we all had our passes. And you had like a player's pass, coach pass, access all the areas pass, media pass, whatever. So I'm walking about 3 or 4 meters past John McEnroe, and this is no fibs. So the guy at the change rooms, so they had a guard at the change rooms, and he steps forward, puts his hand out, and says, "Excuse me, may I see your pass?" And John McEnroe, his head didn't even turn. He just said, "Fuck off."
Actually, I've heard that a few times from other people, Pete.
And just walked straight through.
Yeah.
And I was behind him, and I had my pass out.
So, is that the time when he forfeited, when he did that code violation, and the umpire told him that he had forfeited the game?
No, it wasn't that Australian Open. I can't even. So that would have been 25 years ago. I wouldn't even know if that was before or after, to be honest. I'm not very good with my timelines.
Cool. So Pete's the dark horse. He's
Yeah.
a tennis star that we know that no one knew.
Yeah. Somebody said to me, oh, have you got a Tesla? I said, yes. And they said, oh, I've got a friend who's got a Tesla. His name is Pete Petrosky. I said, oh, really? So what do you know about Pete?
Oh, and you went digging, Carmen. Oh, all right.
Another story, apparently Pete and Russell used to work together. They did a stage show together. Little dance troupe, I believe it was.
Sorry to cut it back to Tesla for a second.
Oh, really, Richard? Did you have to?
I
mean, you know.
I know. I'm such a
Chapman
troll
always
like that.
ruining the vibe. Out there stalking whatever you're doing, or looking through the windows, or whatever you're doing out there. What's going on?
Who knows? Harold,
Go on, Richard.
Would you mind showing if you can bring up the Tesla.com screen again and show us or showing Jana how to look for existing inventory Model 3s, but you know how like sometimes one comes up in a different state.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. So if you just go to tesla.com and then actually, Jana, in your case, because I'll just bring it back. Because you're on Starlink like I am, it might default to the US. So what'll happen is if I take this off, you might come across hang on, it might look like this. So it would just be tesla.com. So what you got to do is go on the right hand side, go to menu, go down, and you'll see United States probably. So you just click on that, scroll down to the bottom because that's where we are in Tesla's ranking. Oh, and there's news. South Africa has just opened.
Oh.
So
Getting a new forest program car.
Okay, that's big news.
yeah, so you can probably get the Omicron version of the Model 3. In fact, let's just have a look at this live. Let's go to South Africa, and
that
think
house looks very different to the South African house with the 9-foot electric fence and the German shepherds running around.
And actually, as we speak, I think it looks like they've only got solar, so it looks like there's nothing. There's not. Actually, it might not be as big news as we thought because it doesn't show any cars. But anyway, anywho, if we go back to Tesla, that's going to be difficult. I have to just click off that. And it's not going to let me do it. So let's just click off that and go back to this. We'll go back to America, and then we'll do this.
Have you got a credit card, Yana? You got a credit card? We just give it a test and we'll
Oh yeah.
You can see if it'll max it out or not.
I've got saved in my browser. That makes it even easier.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I tried to have a look before, but it just said that there was no stock. But I tried different browsers as well. I wasn't sure if it was on my end. But you are right. Default to America, and I think that's might be our routing. I noticed when I do like my speed tests, it says I'm routing through Sydney.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. So you can actually, you mean on your computer? So if you go to Ookla or whatever it is, there's the download speed test.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can actually override that. So actually, I'll just park this for a second and go and open a what's the name? And if I go download speed test.
Just on the existing inventory there's only one vehicle available in Australia, and it's in South Australia at the moment.
There's nothing in Perth.
No, there's one in Perth, Russell. There should be a performance.
It's not showing up now. Someone must have bought it, but it's not there.
Oh, right. So Yana, so you normally get to, well, it's just chosen Digital Pacific Sydney. So if I just go, because obviously it must be geolocated. Starlink must be feeding through at Sydney. So unfortunately, I'm only getting 100 and no, I'm only getting 240, 50, 60, and 70, 75, 84.
Jesus.
Only 293 megabits per second. That's disappointing.
Shit. That's rubbish.
It
Take
is.
it back.
I'm
TP-Link,
disappointed.
Link.
But what you can do, Yana, as soon as this thing finishes, is you can just click on the destination. So you click on change server, and then you can actually go, you got to type in Perth, and a good one is say Vocus. And if you do that, it'll check it to Perth. And the funny thing is the ping is about the same. Actually, it's even a bit longer. So it's almost implying that a lot of the Starlink data is going straight to Sydney for some weird reason.
Yeah.
Which
that's interesting.
The good news about that is that that actually means that if you're dealing with servers on the eastern seaboard or even to America, it will be nowhere near as long a ping as you'd think it would be. Like it's probably quicker over east than it is to here.
Oh, they fucking go to shit now. Slowing down.
So if we go to, I'll get Tesla up again. I just got to do it in a private browser because unfortunately, if you pick South Africa, it gets in it. You can't actually click out of it, and the browser remembers, so it becomes a bit of a pain. But if we go back to menu and then Australia.
Hey, Richard Chapman.
Hi, sweetie.
Let us know when you're at Alice Springs, will you?
All right, give me a couple of hours.
All right, so let's go back to Tesla for a sec. So if you just go straight onto Tesla.com and you got the Australian one, and then it usually selects Model 3 anyway, you can go to existing inventory. And then when that comes up, you want to go for new. And you're right, Russell, you're dead right. That performance, which I saw about 4 hours ago, is gone.
You're on
you can click on.
You're on the
sorry.
wrong state, Harold.
WA. So that performance is gone. If you go used, there's nothing. New, there's nothing. You go, sometimes demonstrator can help, but that's not working. If you say no, it sort of doesn't seem to make much difference.
There was two performances available last night.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. And the last one I saw was a Midnight Silver performance this afternoon.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's what I saw last night, Harold. Correct. And there was another one as well. I think it was blue, was it?
It was blue.
So if we say, Russell, did you say South Australia? There's one?
Yeah,
okay,
correct,
there's a Midnight Silver standard range plus. There you go. Now, having said that, if you're not desperately going to want one Yana right this minute, regardless, but you could actually still get this because what you can do is you can ring up Tesla and you say, I just want it, and they'll just make it happen because it's not too late in the quarter. So they'll want to sell that before the end of this month.
Not based on Elon's last email, Harold.
What's that, Russell?
So Elon wrote an email to all staff that got leaked talking about the thing about working towards quarters, and that he pretty much swung his wang around a bit and said, well, we're not worrying about this anymore. We're just delivering the ultimate for the company, not the quarterly deliveries isn't the goal anymore.
You mean this little news item that says Tesla? No, that's not the one.
No.
Sorry.
It was the leaked email.
What was Elon doing? What was he doing?
Swinging his wang around, saying how good they were.
No, it was Elon Musk. No, Elon Musk calls for cessation of end of quarter rush.
Yep,
so,
that's it, yeah.
So the point of that was that, as I mentioned earlier before Russell joined us, and that's okay, was at the start of the news that the biggest problem with American companies is they all live and die on quarterly results. every 3 months they have to announce what their earnings were in the quarter, what their production was, what their profit was, and all those metrics. And they don't care what happened. They don't care what happens next week, and they don't care what happens last week. They want to know at the end of the quarter.
Yeah.
Whereas in Australian companies, it's usually the end of financial year or the reporting year that they actually bother about results. So Elon Musk quite rightly said that the thing is, well, in fact, if we go back to the Model 3, in fact, we should actually do that because it's sort of useful to do, is if you look at Model 3 and you order it, it will say that the delivery time is 8 to 12 weeks. So the reason is that if you ordered it today, you would get, they wouldn't start building your car until the 1st of January, literally. So it would be built on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, the first week of January, and then it would get ready to be shipped to Australia, which is to ensure that it's got plenty of time to get here, be prepared, go through customs, go through clearances, all that sort of stuff, and be delivered, and you've paid for it before the 31st of March. And they don't actually, and the problem is Tesla doesn't really care whether, if you ordered it today, whether you get it on the 1st of January or the 31st of March. It makes zero difference to their quarterly results. But as a customer, you're going, well, why do I have to wait until the 31st of March or the last week of March? I just want my car as soon as you can make it. So what makes more sense is for Tesla just to do what they used to do, which is when you used to buy a Tesla, you configure the car. They'd give you a 1 week grace period, in which case they would do nothing, and that meant you could change the color, you could change the configuration, but after a week from ordering it, it would be locked in place. They would allocate a vehicle identification number and start building it, and then do their best to ship it to you. So Elon Musk has basically said, look, it's stupid spending inordinate amounts of money trying to ship things remotely really quickly, or changing your production order scheduling around just to meet different market travel distance requirements. Just trade normally. Don't try and have this end of quarter rush where everyone's working 20-hour shifts delivering cars up until midnight, when it's wasting you money. And the only people that care are some of the shareholders or stock analysts that look at quarterly figures. And it doesn't make any difference. Pete, you can explain this a bit better than me. It doesn't make any difference if you've built the car last quarter and you sell it next quarter, because on a 6-month basis, it's exactly the same turnover, or annual basis, it's exactly the same results. And if you can save money not flogging your employees or your delivery people, or annoying your customers because, you could have ordered a car, say, early November and reasonably expect it to be delivered in, say, a couple of months. And Tesla says, well, we're not even going to start building it until the 1st of January. And it's like, well, that's not a great customer experience. So anyway, rant over. But yeah, good point, Russell. That was a great thing that Elon Musk, and I think the reason is because Tesla are making so much money. This next quarterly result is going to be so outstanding. I think is it Chris Lee, Pete? I think it's Chris Lee, was saying that he expects their results to be, 25% better this quarter than last quarter. They're just making billions of dollars a quarter. So Elon Musk.
But out of Tesla or other assets?
So say again, Carmen?
Where's the profit coming from? Tesla cars or other assets?
Yes, from the cars, from the increase in production. Yeah, absolutely. Because they're just making money hand over fist. And all I need to do is to make more money, is just produce more cars. And the thing is, the more cars they produce, the less it's generally costing per car to produce that car, which means that your profits are increasing as well as your number of cars making that profit. So yeah, so Yana, getting back to you, yeah, unfortunately there's just nothing around, which is actually good because I mean you don't want to buy a car, straight away. Um, but by the way, there are some great ways of getting a car too, and that includes you can
Using
actually
Harold's credit
go.
card.
Yeah,
That's
that's right.
one of our favourites.
You can actually, they actually have loans for 2.99. No, it's actually, I think it's less than 2.99%.
Let's
So
settle down. That's too much. That's too tempting. Not good for the bank account.
Carmen's insurance company do loans as well.
Yep, they do.
They do loans. What are they called, Carmen, again?
They use your kidneys as collateral, don't they, Jared?
They work out of Black Pot in Northbridge. And the pool tables there that you can see them on Saturdays and Sundays.
That rate, it is 2.99%, and that's
Really?
the comparison rate. It's from
that's Tesla's finance company, isn't it? That's Pepper Money.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
The 2.99% is from Macquarie, and
green energy loan.
It's a 5-year loan, no fees, no startup fees. So 2.99% is effectively the comparison rate.
What's Pepper Money? Isn't it cheaper? It's Tesla.
No, Pepper Money is more expensive unless.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says here at the bottom, Pete, it says finance provided by Pepper.
Oh, okay. Unless that must
2.99.
have changed in the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Gerald.
2 weeks, yep. 2 weeks.
But no, because literally 2 weeks ago.
Really? Yeah, that's all.
It's not coming up. It's not coming up.
Going to be finished here.
Can't see it.
How long will it take to put this place together?
2 weeks.
Can't see it.
Yeah, no, I can't see it because when I press the 2 weeks button, all I get is that. Oh,
Lauren's going to go.
oh, this worked. Oh, no. It's just static. It's just something wrong with this satellite. It's just not working properly.
It's just not working. Welcome to the doctor in the house, Richard Cooper. His hearing aids on. Is he on? Yeah, all good. Just wanted to welcome Richard Cooper, doctor.
Thanks. Good to be here. I've been at a party.
This late at night.
Harold, Richard,
Not my party.
any updates on Dr. Dick's Corner?
Oh yeah, I had fun on
Here we go.
on George's car during the week.
Yes.
Right.
George,
George.
He was around earlier on.
George is here.
Come back, George. He's still there.
Yeah, his car's here, but only his neck's here.
Oh yeah.
What do you
Yeah, we had some.
Oh yes. I did get a good photo from George. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I've got to just speak amongst yourselves. So
what's happened to Richard Chapman? Richard Chapman, you still there, or you've been attacked by a kangaroo? Richard, come in, Richard.
He probably ran into a Christmas beetle that went down his throat and he's choked him.
Oh, there he is.
He's still
Just had to avoid a couple of snakes. It's all good.
So Richard, have you got a swimming pool at work?
Tom outfit.
Have you got do you have a swimming pool at work?
We certainly do.
I remember being at the pool at Freeport Bow River, which is it's no longer around, but it used to be an alluvial diamond mine just downstream from Argyle. And I never forget going in that swimming pool. It was just over Christmas actually. It was a week before Christmas. And oh man, you dive down and then you just look up and there's just Christmas beetles, spiders,
Nice.
everything just floating on the surface. And it's like, oh man, I've got to like take a breath. So you like just poke your head up, take a quick breath, and stuff like sits on your head and
we've got
just
a lot of
gross.
frogs that like our like swimming in our pool.
Who cleans the pool, Richard?
Certainly not me.
Oh, fair enough. Do you have a pool cleaner or do you just use?
Oh yes. Oh no,
okay.
we contract that out.
I'm going to try and find George's text because it was.
So what did you do, Richard? You going to tell us, or are you just going to make us guess?
I'm pretty sure it was dance lessons from what I've been told.
Richard Cooper, come back. You're gone. It is 10:30. Joe, are you there, Joe? Joe, come in, Joe.
I'm back.
No, Joe, where's Joe? I want to know what sandwiches are tomorrow.
Too early. Too early,
Joe,
Joe.
are you there, Joe? It's not going to answer me now.
Too early. I'm washing the car.
Come on, Joe.
Oh, you're washing the car.
in the dark.
What, this time of night?
Legend.
That's actually a good move because then you don't get all the spotty bits. Like it's easy to dry it off.
Exactly.
Hi.
Oh, there she is. That Joe?
Hi. See, proof. I got a glass. Yeah, no, I don't. We do it in the garage because I don't have a driveway, so we don't wash it with water. It's a no wash thing. Anyway.
What do you wash it with?
Oh,
no
heard of that system.
It's called no rinse something. It was recommended by Tesla people on some forum somewhere.
Oh, I've never heard of it. You use water at all?
Yeah, well, you put it in a spray bottle. You
Yeah.
put the liquid in a spray bottle, 30 mils of it, fill it up with water. You spray the car, and you have
just wipe it off.
And you have your cloth in a bucket full of water, which has also got the no rinse stuff in there, and then you wipe it off.
Is this a part of being environmentally friendly?
Well, it's just a part of being in not having a driveway and not having a hose available.
Joe, when because we've got the same problem as you do with the pulling out.
Yeah,
into
you're
the
in the
alleyway
same
at the back.
situation. Yeah.
Yeah. What? So I've kind of I do pull it out into the driveway and wash it there, but then have to faff around with moving it back in the garage. If someone comes around, but now I kind of like reverse it back up a sort of another bit of the drive and just sort of try and get out of the way. But yeah, it is a pain.
Yeah, no, because you can't wash it in the laneway because people go down there and then you've got this constant stream going down the laneway.
Do you know what's annoying though is that I tried to pull it out and then just use summon to like put it back in the garage whenever I needed to, but there's a little bit of a concrete lip at the foot of the garage, and again summon is deliberately designed to not be too powerful, and it won't get over the lip, which is really annoying because otherwise that'd be really cool.
I've got the same thing. You've got to give it a bit of a run up. If you get too close to the lip, it won't go over it. But if you started maybe a metre or two earlier, and it's got a bit of momentum, you'll get up.
I would, but there's a wall there.
Absolutely. You can trust Pete when it comes to running up and trees falling on fences. Yeah, definitely.
Don't forget your performance 3 might be different.
Richard, don't look behind you. I think there's a kangaroo behind you. Keep walking straight.
3 kangaroos and a wallaby.
There's a giant, big 9-foot red kangaroo behind you.
Perhaps someone might be able to tie that kangaroo down, Sport. So getting back to the modification of the doctor in the house, it went a little bit like this.
So you put nitrous on the car, have you, George? George, you're running a nitrous system. What the hell's that?
Mickey Mouse is.
Okay, what's that for, Richard?
It's just an extra screen, like mine, but different.
Is that to change the radio station or what? What's that for?
Because he's old, he can't read the speedo, so he's got.
Okay.
I saw them today, Richard. It's actually quite a nice, clean install, eh?
Yeah, it's good.
Surgeon hands, Damon, surgeon.
No, that wasn't clean at all. My God, that was quite a
Can you
So how many?
What's on there on those ones? Can you choose what display comes up on those screens?
Yeah, somewhat.
I mean, the background and stuff, or what's
You can have a little Hawaiian girl with a grass skirt on in the background, wiggling.
Yeah, you can change the theme and stuff a bit. Yeah.
Okay. It looks quite good resolution compared to the other one that you've got.
It's about the same. Resolution's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a anti.
Yours is in Braille though, isn't it, Richard?
Yeah, mine's in Braille. Yeah.
So you can feel the speed.
No, I've got an anti-reflex, like on my main screen, so you don't get reflections off it. So, and fingerprints.
So is the yoke going in next weekend on that car, or what's the plan with that?
Have to ask George.
George, you getting a yoke, or you jumping on
Just
that
give us a
bandwagon?
thumbs up, George. Give us a no yoke, maybe a yoke. Thinking about a yoke. Thinking?
50-50.
50-50.
Something like that.
I'm thinking of the screen swivel.
The better
Oh,
screen.
do that. Yeah, that's a no-brainer, George. That's an absolute
So just for your reference, Yana, Richard, which generation dentist are you? Third, second?
I'm third.
He's
third generation.
Yeah.
And 2 fillings.
And my daughter's fourth.
So shouldn't you change your name, because Cooper implies you make other things that are
I
not
make barrels, yeah.
Yes. So
No, just barrels a laugh. That's what it is.
So you're third generation, your daughter's fourth generation.
Yeah, she graduated 98 years after my grandfather graduated.
Wow.
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 But she can't ballroom dance because she Richard.
Oh, she did all right on her wedding night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was good.
Is there any
She hasn't got any certificates like you.
Nah, well, you can't be like, no, you want to be like me.
Exactly.
Is there a comparison of how much you paid for university compared to your daughter, Richard?
He paid 6
How much I
shillings.
paid?
Yeah, I thought the baby boomer's got a bit of a head start on the university compared to the.
Well, mine was 5 years and I paid nothing, and she was 7 years and didn't pay nothing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Or hex, or just left the country?
Oh yeah, yeah. Got lots of hex. Yeah.
And then just fled the country and never came back?
No. She's paying her taxes.
Changed her name in Botswana, where she was working as a dentist, and then came back. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, ATO tonight. We're sponsored by Richard Cooper and his daughter, who hasn't paid taxes.
Oh dear.
Deary me. All right. So has anyone else got any other normal questions or even abnormal questions?
I got a notification today that my front electronic struts were en route from Hong Kong. So maybe they'll arrive next couple of weeks. So maybe I need to book in a Dick's Corner for a mod session.
That's an easy install. Yeah, come over. We'll do that. That's good fun.
I've also got the lights as well. The front lights for the around the liner.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
do it
thinking
all at
about
the
that
same
one
time.
too.
That's an easy one. Do it all at the same time.
We'll get it on
Yeah.
video and.
So Harold, I missed the start of this. So are we on Starlink tonight?
Sure are.
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely. And I believe that the quality is pretty good. I don't know what's going on.
I think that's with Screen. That's called Screen Deck, isn't it? Screen Deck.
You set that up, Harold. That's brilliant. I was thinking of.
Don't worry,
have you
I
got
was
the
thinking about
rectangular-
that today when I saw that you're doing Starlink. I was thinking maybe I could do. Yeah, I was thinking he's already on it.
Can you get the rectangular dish here in Australia yet?
No, it's all the circular one. So it's just the standard circular. I have got a photo of it.
Richard, Harold, Yana, and myself, all three of us are on Starlink as we speak.
Right.
Yeah, Yana was
Lightweight.
from Port Hedland, but she moved to Forestfield in the last few minutes
Yeah, like instantaneously.
and changed the name to Norra Bavarian, which is a Swedish wine, I believe. Is that right, Carmen?
Must be, if you say so.
I think you know the Swedish wines, wouldn't you? Norra Bavarian. Or Belgian, maybe a Belgian wine.
It's like one of those comps that they have on. Have you been paying attention? Is this the name of a Swedish wine or a
Yes.
tennis player?
So Richard, yeah, I did, and I put this photo up, which is in the email, doing the Ask Us Anything. So Yeah, it's just on a 1-inch pole, which my TV was on, my TV antenna, and I actually cut it. I trimmed it down because it was too tall, and then I just used a couple of things, U-bolts from Bunnings, and just basically bound the two shafts together. And that
As
was
you can
it.
see, Richard, it's in Armidale. It's the Armidale area. You can tell.
Well, actually, I tell you what. See that the water there, like the breeze is just coming in. It's hiking in. This was I think I took this photo a couple of days ago, and this afternoon it was just absolutely howling in. It was
So annoying.
and I've got to get a couple of coach screws and because it's one of those cheap, those brackets where it sits on the end of your gable or whatever. It just sort of bends out. The tube just bends out and goes upwards. It's like a Hills cheapo antenna mount, and it's got like a 3 or 4 kilo dish on it, flapping in the breeze. So I'm sort of impressed it's still working.
Maybe get Carmen over to get up on the roof and change that out. Since you went over and fixed her pipe, maybe do a bit of a contra arrangement. Carmen can...
Well, I had a little episode this week.
Okay.
My tires came up on the screen again, and I thought I better even them out. So I went to put air in to a random garage, which I didn't know, I hadn't been to before. And when I tried to put air in, something happened, and I think they lost air. And then it came up saying, pull over, do not drive, and some danger sign. And there wasn't anybody in the garage that could help out. There were just some young Indian girls.
Oh,
and they didn't know anything.
Which BP was this?
Sorry?
Which BP garage was this?
No, it was, I think it's called Shell in Thomas Street, or in Perth, near the corner of Wellington Street.
Oh, yeah, the corner.
Yeah. I think it was a Shell. Anyway, I thought, oh my goodness, something harsh may happen. I better stop. So I stopped and went in, and I undid the nuts and put air in. I've only done this twice, by the way, ever. And it didn't quite work on one tire. So 3 tires looked like they had air, and the 4th tire didn't. It said too low, pull over, do not drive, blah, blah, blah. So I had to call Harry. I called Harry, and he said, I said, but look, I've done what you're supposed to do to put air in. There's no one I can ask here. And he said, oh, don't worry. You just have to, the computer doesn't catch up. You have to drive for about 10 kilometers, and then the sign will go out. If you've put air in, then it's okay. And I said, well, how can I tell if I have put air in? Because I'm not sure. I've done what I did for all the other tires, and the other tires seem to be right, but this one isn't. And he said, no, you'll be all right. Just drive out. Just drive and drive for about 10 kilometers and then call me if it doesn't go away. And I thought, well, that's not very scientific. But anyway, I did. And it did disappear.
You know, he's changed his name to Lloyd. It's no longer Harry.
The most disturbing thing about this conversation is he knows you on a first name basis. That's a worry.
Well,
Carmen, your stories are so good. I love your stories. They're like a children's book. They get exciting. There's a build up, and they just keep getting. It's just, I love them every time.
So from the gurus present, why did that happen? And how can I tell? Where can I check what pressure the tires really are?
Bring in the RAC.
No, I'm not with RAC anymore. I would have to win Queensland.
He knows
Don't
that.
forget.
He's been facetious. He's been facetious, Carmen.
You can check your tyres just with a little tyre gauge. You just get it from super cheap. They're about $10.
No, why can't I do it on the console?
Well, you can.
No, because
You can. All you do is you
not
swipe
live.
up the menu. But if I thought you wanted to check if the console figures were correct.
Oh no, I trust the console. It's
Right. Okay.
So what PSI are they, Carmen?
Harold, are you able to bring your
Carmen,
Yeah.
what PSI are they?
Well, there were 31, 34, and 36.
That's a bit low.
And I put air in. I looked at the door and it said 42, but Harold said it was okay to go to 46 last time.
Oh,
so I put into the gauge 46.
See, that's where you made a mistake, Carmen. You
What?
should have just rang Harold straight away and got him out to the service station. He's just finished doing the pool and he's got time to go and fix the tyres.
So Carmen, the gauge at the service station said 46. What does your car say? Because they're often very inaccurate.
They're always out.
Well, that's what I want to know. How to find out what the car says.
Well,
it only comes up intermittently.
Yeah, so you've got to drive a short distance for the car to actually pick up, because in each wheel there's a little transmitter with a battery, or a pressure sensor and a transmitter and a battery. But to save power, it only runs when your wheels have been rotating a short distance.
It's called a TPMS type.
TPMS, yeah, tire pressure monitoring system, and they're all universal. So to actually get the actual tire pressure reading, when you've got your normal screen, you just swipe to the right or the left. I'm not sure which way it goes. It's one or the other. No, it's the other way.
Yes.
It's
now sometimes, Carmen, if you actually try this in your car, you might find that the car, you see how you see that blue car there?
Yes.
That instead of bringing the menu up, you spin that car around.
Right.
So if that happens, see the
that's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, see that windscreen wiper icon directly underneath?
Yes.
Yeah, so press that one, and then it will bring up the windscreen wipers, and then from that menu you can just swipe right.
Yeah, but you've got to be in drive. You can't be in park. You've got to have the car in drive to see the tire pressure.
Correct.
I can't be in park.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And as Harold said, you've got to be driving, and you don't need to be going 10 Ks. It usually comes up after a K or two.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try it. I wanted to know whether they were all even or whether they were all done. Not that I think it matters if it's one or two numbers out, but I wasn't sure if it worked, because I actually ended up going to 2 service stations, and the BP one, Jared, had a foreign number, and I kept doing the plus till I got to 45 or so, but it came up with 268 or 267, and I didn't know what it was.
Oh, no, Carmen, that's kilopascals. So you got to press the button that says PSI or kilopascals.
Okay.
So that's, that's why it said in the 200s.
Yeah.
That's about two atmospheres or 2 point something atmosphere, or whatever it is.
3.2 bar.
3.2, yeah.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure. I mean, most of us talk in terms of PSI because we're just sort of used to it. So just make sure, like those BP ones, they've got a plus and a minus for pressure, and they've got a button for the units, and it'll change.
Well, you can just put 315 kilopascals in instead if you want to do that, which is the same.
Yep.
280 odd kilopascals is about 41 psi.
Okay. Well, when I saw that, I thought, oh my goodness, that's not the number I need. So there wasn't anyone to ask. So I went to another service station and tried that. And then then I managed to do the 4 tires, but the message remained on the screen for quite some time, and it didn't disappear. That's why I rang Harry, and he said, "Oh, look, it'll disappear after you drive." So the message kept saying, "Do not drive flat tire."
Yeah.
And I knew it wasn't flat because I got out and had a look.
Yeah, it's because when the car had gotten that last notification, it keeps it in a log, and then it won't update until you start driving. And that's the issue is it's desperately telling you to stop driving because it thinks it's flat, but because you've pumped it up since, it obviously isn't. So yeah, you just push through. Yana, I noticed that you're looking at, you're getting a lot of Starlink map porn there, which is awesome when you see all the satellites linking up and you can see.
Great. I'm so
It is.
glad you showed me this. I just had a phone call before and I was just telling my partner about it and I sent the link to him. And then I just started gently coercing him towards the possibility of investing in a Tesla. So, you know.
Well, actually, the good thing is this is being recorded and it's going to go on YouTube so you can watch it later on. No, it's all good because he won't know about it. But I was going to do this anyway, so you've given me a perfect segue. So this is the reason why you want to buy this car. So this is a representation or a simulation of the main screen that you see in the center of the car, and you've got obviously an awesome navigation screen, and you've got the status of your car. But then if we just go through a few things, like for instance, when you go onto the air conditioner, you've got this, and this is what the sort of the way the interior of the car looks. There's like this big long slot that goes across the whole car, the front of the car, front of the cabin, and these are aircon vents. And actually, you can split the actual airstream, and you can also change it. To go up and down. Oh, this is not really working very well. But you can actually split the stream.
That's quite incredible. This is a demo platform, is it?
These are actually just a whole series of photos that I've taken and I've jammed them into PowerPoint.
This is bad porn, not
very good. Very effective.
So then if you look at like the menus, this is back in the olden days when dinosaurs roamed, we all had Nokia mobile phones, and Nokia were absolute giants. They were the giant of telecommunications. And then a small fruit company called Apple decided to make this weird flat screen, iPhone thing that wasn't really, great because, there was no tactile feedback. It was a bit weird. But of course, Nokia died and Apple survived. And everyone, or half of Australia, more than half of Australia's got an iPhone. So when you go back to the Tesla, the great thing about this car is, if we just close this, this is the main screen you see. There are no cacophony of buttons and radio buttons and air conditioner buttons and all that catastrophe. You've basically got, for the dash, all you've got is a couple of scroll wheels, one on the right side, one on the left. You've got your touch screen right here, and you've got this big long slot. You've got no stupid aircon duct vents where you've got some of the vents, if you turn the right hand vents all the way to the right, it turns off because they're too lazy to put like a on-off thing. So anyway, getting back to the main menu, this is what you see sort of all day, every day as you're driving along.
Tire pressure monitoring?
Yeah, so you've got tire pressure. So if you click to the right, you've got your tire pressure. And then if you go back and click to the left, you've got your trip meter. So there's like since you last started driving. And then you can scroll down to a trip, one of the trip meters. And if you scroll down again, you get another trip meter. And then lower down, you've got the odometer. So this car, when I took photos of its screen, has only done 190 kilometres because it was a loan car. So getting back away from that, if you look at some of the settings you can do, you've got quick controls, so you can do the exterior lights, your mirrors, your display brightness. You've got lights, so you can have, obviously you've got automatic headlights and interior lights. You can have automatic high beam. You can turn the headlights on after exiting automatically. So, you know, if it's a bit dark outside or whatever, if you're parking outside or even in a garage, it's dark. You can have steering wheel lights. That's the actual little thumb wheels.
What's the glove box button do?
Okay, so that literally opens the glove box. So when you click that, because there's no mechanical glove box button or catch, so rather than having to, you know, pull on a mechanical catch and have a key and all that sort of stuff, you just have the glove box button, which in security you can actually, under locks, I think it might be under security, you can actually have a pin protection. So you have to put a pin code in to unlock the glove box. But something else that's different is normally you need something like keys to start your car and even to get into your car. Well, for Teslas or for the Model 3, all you need is one of these. You just use your mobile, which everyone's got and everyone has with them.
No, Harold, that's actually incorrect. You actually don't use your mobile in that. All you do is you just have it in your pocket.
Yeah, that's right. So you don't actually use it; you just have it with you. You can actually use a proximity card, which you get 2 of them, not this color, but they're just black, and they're like in spare sort of emergency keys. So you can basically enter in a key card, or you can also enter in a phone, your phone, and you can if and when you buy this car, when you collect it, they will actually enter in a mobile phone. I think I've got this. Oh yes, so you can add a phone as a key, and this is what the actual credit card looking proximity key looks like. And you can actually buy a fob, which looks like a little matchbox sort of car, and it's like a representation of the car. And when you press on the bonnet, it will pop the bonnet. When you press on the back, it'll pop the back. And when you press on the top, it'll unlock the doors.
Or Yana, you can buy a ring. Like I've got a ring on my pinky, and the ring works just like the card. So it's a proximity thing. So all you have to do is just put that on the B pillar, and it opens the car. All the mirrors come out. It's pretty cool.
Actually, when you use the app, sometimes I have the phone in my handbag, and you don't have to take it out. The car will drive. But other times you have to press the control to get it started.
Sometimes if you got a Bluetooth issue,
that's not good, Carmen. You've had to take it out of your handbag. Next time, you just ring Harold, and Harold will come around and get it out of your handbag and get it going for you.
Don't be cheeky. I don't want to keep Harold for emergencies.
I've got an idea for a new person who's never had one of these cars. If each one of us gives what they reckon is the best feature, I'll give you mine. Is I can be playing golf on a 40-degree day, and before I have a coffee and before I go back to the car, 5 minutes before I go back to the car, I go on my app and I turn on the air conditioning and I get into an 18-degree car. That's one of my favorites. So
this is my car right now, and you can see it's 20 degrees outside, but I can just turn the aircon on, and now the aircon is on remotely. So I'm not actually in the car. I'm just doing that from my phone, and I can do that from you can do that from anywhere in the world.
And the other thing is, if you're going in shopping and it's a hot day, you go in, the air conditioning's on in your car, you just turn the car off, but you leave your air conditioning on, and you leave, your car's not running, but the air conditioning's on, and you get back and you put your, and I use the front of my car to put all my shopping in because it's great. And I've got electric front, but that's another story. And you just put it in the,
One thing.
get into a nice cool car.
I'll go next. I got a good one.
What's your next one?
Well, actually, before that, can I just say, Pete, is it true that before people get in your car, they have to kiss the ring before they get in? Just only if they've got blonde hair. Only if they've got blonde hair.
No.
I have seen a few people do the cross.
Getting serious, Russell. What was it, mate?
No, so my favorite thing, shit, I had it, is probably the stock price. If you want to switch to that, Harry, that's probably the
what is
favorite thing about my car at the moment.
It should be up about 2%. Last time I checked.
Well, that's getting better.
Yeah.
It's up 1.77%, so it's $1,165.
Yeah, that's good.
That's not bad.
I'd probably say my favorite thing would be the fart mode. I like the fart mode. It's probably one of my favorite parts of the car.
Okay, so
I need elaboration on that one.
all right, so if you press this up arrow here on the screen, this will get you some extra features. So if you go then into the toy box, then there's the emissions testing mode. And what it does is, notice how there's like a whoopee cushion on the driver's seat. You can actually move that to the front passenger seat or the rear passenger seats. And you can just press, and it does fart noises. And at the moment it's set for I'm so random, but you can either do fart on demand, which means you've got to press the scroll wheel or actually press on the screen, or you can go fart on turn signal. So every time you use indicators, it'll fart.
It's really good.
And it's very useful. Another thing is you never use your brakes. When you're driving around, you virtually never use your brake pedal.
Yeah, the guys were talking about this earlier.
Another thing is you go to the petrol station, you fill up, and it doesn't cost you $158 worth of diesel.
Oh, the prices at the moment. God.
Well,
I like the fact.
I'm trying.
Hey guys, I heard Shell was changing their logo because of the with the recent price rises. They thought they'd give some feedback to their customers.
That's awesome.
It's doing comedy.
Yeah, so sorry, go on, Joe. You were going to say something?
So hard to get a word in, Trace, with you lot.
I know.
And you go off on segues as well. Anyway, yeah, mine is the walkway door lock and window close. So you have the windows open, and especially with kids I've got. So you just literally get out the car and close the doors and walk off. And once you go out of Bluetooth range, so it's about 3 or 4 steps away, it beeps at you and the car will lock and the windows go up.
And it only beeps if you want it to beep.
Yeah, well, I make it beep because otherwise I keep looking back and waiting to.
Well, how do you make it beep?
It's just one of the settings.
Yeah, that's
done the
beep on.
Make the headlights flash as well when it does it.
Yeah.
Is that safety security? I think it. No, it might be
No,
locks.
it's on locks. Under locks.
Under locks.
Walk away door lock and
scroll down.
I think if you scroll down, you've got lock confirmation sound.
Yeah.
And you've also got
close
closed
windows
windows on lock. So if you forget that if you leave your windows down accidentally, you can then have it automatically close the windows.
And I did that the other day. I was parked outside somewhere with some dodgy people hanging around. Anyway, they're all looking at the car, and I just walked away, and then they heard it lock and saw the windows go up, and they were like, I can't say what they said, but they were pretty amazed.
But Jana, the thing that's really bad about Teslas, and I've suffered this myself, is I'm used to driving my car so much where I just leave it, like I just hop out and close the door and just walk away, and then sometime later I come back to it. Well, I did that with an i20 Hyundai, that I realised I'd left in my driveway for half an hour with the aircon running, the engine running, everything running. The car unlocked, the keys in the car, and it's only when my wife came home and when I came out to greet her, I thought, why is this Hyundai still running? Like, what's going on? And like I thought, oh, it's been half an hour while it's been like, just sitting there purring along. Because in a Tesla, that just doesn't happen. You just literally, yep.
And
Go,
that's
Pete.
not a rare occurrence. I did the exact same thing in a shopping centre with a Lexus. Yeah, came back, engine running, doors open, windows down. Yeah, the whole lot.
Last night I
My
had to take the
favourite
wife's
is,
car.
so we went to Calberry not long ago. This is not my favourite. It's like trying to work out who's your favourite child. There's so many, great things. But one of my favourites is we went to Calberry, 7-hour drive, 6.5 hours of that, the car was driving itself. So when we got there, I wasn't exhausted because I didn't have to do all those micro movements. It was like watching or overseeing a P-play type drive, let's say. So what the car will do is, let's say there's a dual carriageway and it knows that you've got the cruise control set at 110, but you're behind a truck going 100. It will monitor both lanes. It knows the right lane's going faster. So it'll automatically put the indicator on for you. It will speed up, brake as it needs to change lanes. Then it'll put the indicator back on and it will, when it comes back to the other lane, it will do so exactly between the car behind you and the car in front of you.
That's only full self-driving though, Pete.
Yes, that's an
feature,
optional extra.
that optional extra, is that something you can add on later after purchase?
Correct.
Absolutely.
And you'd be silly to do it at the time that you order the car because that will increase the price of your car, which may put you into the luxury car tax category. Or even if it doesn't, you're paying more stamp duty. But if you do it afterwards, it means you didn't have to pay the tax component on that.
I once again want to thank our sponsor, the Australian Government, ATO, for all your help and assistance tonight. What a great organisation they are. Just want to say thank you again. We love to pay all our taxes and a smiling, happy face.
Actually, Harold, if you still got that article there from the Driven, if you go to one of the other charts, it shows how much a Model 3 costs in WA compared to all the other states. And it shows how much tax, stamp duty, on-road fees we pay compared to, and it's about 5 times more that we pay in WA compared to something like the ACT. That's it. That's the one. So the bottom chart will show you the taxes. So you can see we're by far the highest at $5,000 compared to less than $1,000 for Canberra, Tassie, and Melbourne.
Yeah, but it's worth it living in WA, let's face it.
Because we have no COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I agree. But
and we've got a Taco Bell. We've got a Taco Bell in WA. They don't want Tasmania.
Another good thing is the car just keeps getting better and better and better. I've had my car for 2 years.
Yeah.
And it's a far better car than when I bought it with the features that have been added. So
that dog mode's really cool if you've got pets.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on mute, Harold, as well.
Oh, she doesn't know about dog mode. Please explain.
I can explain dog mode.
Come on, Harold, he'll bring it up. He'll bring it up.
All right.
Was that in Parliament the other day? Did somebody growl at Jackie Lampy or something? The same dog mode that was going on there?
See, 2 modes. Dog mode.
So when you go into the aircon, you can, if you press on, so say if you go to the shops for a few minutes or whatever, before you hop out of the car, you can just press on, and that keeps the air conditioner running while your car's locked and parked. So you can get back to a comfortably cold or warm car depending on what the season is. And if you've got a furry friend with you, you can just press dog mode. I don't have the screen capture of it, but it's got the whole screen then fills up with like this cartoon character of a dog that says, I'm okay. It's 21 degrees in here, and my owner will be back soon, so that people don't smash your window to rescue your dog because it's a 41-degree hot day. And there's also a
Camp mode. That would have
camp
been
mode,
important to know the other
and the
night.
camp mode it's great if you're literally camping in your car or next to your car, where
All
you
the
can
drivers.
it stops the car from automatically locking, and it suppresses your screen. So if you're at the drive-ins, it stops your screen from being bright, and it also leaves the aircon on, so you can have the
It gives
aircon
a nice
running.
temperature throughout the whole night, which is
And the
really
radio.
handy. And
And
it
it's also
renders the video of a fireplace on the screen.
Now that's
Um,
romance mode, mate. Come on,
that's-
settle.
No, that's camp mode.
Oh, really?
Mode,
Yeah, camp mode does a similar thing.
Oh, sorry.
And by the way, speaking of cameras, you've got a rear view camera and you've got side view cameras as well when you're reversing. So you can actually see what's to the side of you and to the back of you as well. So that's another sort of great feature.
And what's great is if you're towing or for whatever other reason, you can actually keep that on while you're driving forward. So
yeah,
it doesn't automatically. Well,
So if you don't tie your load down properly, you can see things falling out the back.
yes, exactly.
As you're illegally dumping stuff, it's really handy to see that.
So if you're trying to run away from the cops, you can see what they're doing and
Yeah. All those 44-gallon drums that you have on the back of your trailer have fallen off in the right spot in Wanneroo. That you just get rid of. So it's very handy.
Something else you can do too is if you go into entertainment and you go to theatre while you're parked, say charging or just hanging around, you can watch Netflix, YouTube, Twitch, or Tesla tutorials.
Harold, Disney, Channel 9.
Oh, and I think you've got Disney now as well. That's right.
Harold, have you noticed we've got waypoints?
Yay.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I got it last night.
Oh, well, you're a bit slow, Pete, because I described that last week on Ask Us Anything.
Oh, really? Did you already have that last week?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Last week as well.
For a month. Got it in the last month.
We seem to be way behind everyone else on the versions. It hasn't updated for a long time. I'm now feeling left out. Is anyone else?
Sandwich menu, Joe? What are we talking about?
Yeah, we've gone standard, advanced, and all that. And we were 2021.12.25.7.
Oh.
How far behind is that? And no one else is on that now, are they? Everyone has moved except us.
I'll tell you a second.
You need Starlink. You need Wi-Fi.
We do have Wi-Fi because we sit and watch stuff in the garage. So it's that where it is in the garage, it has Wi-Fi because the kids
2021.40.6.
Yeah,
that's what I'm on as well.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah. Point 12 was ages ago.
I got that 3 days ago, 4 days ago.
So for the newbies, there's this jealousy
Software
of
updates.
when you get your updates. You see,
And there's that screen thing that Paul showed you that you can update the app. You need to go to the App Store and then go into Tesla on the App Store and then update the Tesla app. And then you can drag and move things around in that app as well.
Yeah, yep.
That's
good. You have to go to the App Store and upload it yourself. It won't do it for you. You have to do it. You have to go into the App Store.
Yeah, that's true. You got to tell it to update. Something else I think I mentioned before was that the car can record any dodgy behaviour that happens around it. So you can get sort of screen captures like this where you've got dodgy people gathering around the car.
That must be an Armadale. I think it's an Armadale. I can tell.
So,
or you get people changing next to you.
So you can see at the front.
That's annoying.
It looks like there's someone. It looks like there was someone near the drive-ins at the front, and then at the rear, and then there's like a side shot of some dodgy people with some burnt orange car.
Spotted after Damon.
So yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Yana, it's just Well, actually, it's funny because I think is Damo is still with us, but he's lurking in the background.
I'm
He
still
isn't.
here, but I'm half asleep, but I'm still here.
That's good because half asleep will do. Damo was, or well, yeah, what I'm going to say was a dyed-in-the-wool rev head. Like just for him, it was all about cubic inches and about speed. Right, and he came on to ask us anything. Oh, I don't know how long ago was it, Damo? About 6 weeks ago, maybe something like.
Yeah, 6 to 8 weeks, I think, something like that.
And he was sort of Tesla curious, like he wasn't sure, and we just sort of told him, look, mate, these things are just awesome, and the performance and all that sort of stuff. And I think it was only a week or two later that he actually ordered his car, and he's going to get it. When are you going to get it, Damo? Is it next week or the week after?
Next Thursday, yeah. Thursday next week.
Damo's, you've ordered the performance model, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh.
And
I clicked on that for fun on the website and went, oh, yeah, all right, I can't afford that one.
it's the only car to drive.
Well,
so yeah, next Thursday.
You see, Jana, we believe in getting people in on the light stuff before they get into the heavy crack sort of stuff. So we're happy to get you into a standard Model 3 for $66,409. Drive away, no more to pay, and then you can always just escalate that, in subsequent years. And I mean, we haven't even shown you, like, if you're concerned that hubby won't get on board. I'll give you two initials. The first initial is C, and the second one is T, and that stands for Cybertruck. And I guarantee you that after dude, you're like,
I guarantee
you're just going for all money because
I thought Chappie was ordering one of these. Richard, weren't you ordering a Cybertruck? He's probably already asleep, the poor guy.
I think he's gone to his change.
No, he's up. He's up. No, he's up. He's on mic.
I can't miss it. It's too funny.
Bringing in a truck.
It's got to poison your mind, Jana, with some Rivian nonsense.
Yeah, Chappie's going Rivian.
Well, we got our Tesla because of Rich. Rich is the one that made us get our Tesla. So
made you.
Persuading.
I've also managed to persuade our GM of technology to get a long range Model 3. So I think that's probably my best win so far.
Did you really?
Yeah, Chris has got a long range Model 3.
That's good. Well, this is the only reason why I'm here tonight. Thanks, Richard. So, and you guys have been awesome. Thanks for having me. I'm so grateful.
You can book a test drive for free. Darryl, do you want to explain the test drive procedure?
Oh yes. So, well, actually, I will.
Thanks, Joe.
I went to the first bit. I'll do this little segue first. And you're going to look at it and go, wow, that's just the ugliest thing you've ever seen. But it's actually the most awesome thing that's on the planet. This is the Cybertruck. And its performance figures are just amazing. Like for about the price of a Land Cruiser Sahara, this will do 0 to 100 in 2.9 seconds and tow something like 7 tons. So that's just that little bit. So we're looking at test drive. So all you need to do is go to tesla.com.
You can do that this Saturday. This Saturday you can go for a test drive.
I don't know about this Saturday. Well, actually, here's the thing. Jana, if you come to the casual meetup at the Current Up shops, so at the Good Company bar, at the west end of Current Up shops, there will probably be about 30 cars, or probably 50 people and 30 cars, and there'll be no end of people that will give you a spin in their car, for starters.
Right.
But then what you can do is you can go to tesla.com. So I'll try and bring this up. You just go to their website and you just order a test drive. And the great thing is, it's not just about COVID, but they will let you drive this car by yourself. Damo, is it for half an hour?
Yeah.
We got it for 40 minutes.
40 minutes, all by yourself. Well, so you and your partner can
Yep.
take this car for a spin. And Domo, do they normally give you the performance car, or is it just a mixture, or they ask you what you want?
I'm not sure because I was looking at performance. They gave me a performance.
Yeah. They ask you what you're going to buy, Harold, and they give you the one that you want because if you're only after an SR and you jump into performance, I can't imagine you'd want to buy the SR anymore.
Well, that's not true
Pretty
because
much,
I
Russell.
was looking for the Nissan Leaf and they gave me a performance and I drove that. And once you've driven a performance, you just never think about anything else. Like I couldn't imagine driving a standard one now and be like, what's going on with this? It's once you've driven the performance, it's just, it's like Pete. It's like Pete. You see that girl screaming? Every drive's like that. It's great. It's just.
All right. So this is how you order a test drive. So, like I said, you're obviously more than welcome to come on Sunday and just have a suss. But if you go to the Tesla website, so just go to tesla.com, make sure you're in Australia, and then on the right hand, sorry, I just got something interfering with my screen. On the right hand, you just go menu and then test drive. And then when you click on that, all you need to do is put in your postcode. So you could put 6,000 and you put in first name, last name, email, phone number, postcode, and request a test drive. And then you'll one of the local people will get in contact with you and organise it.
They're very happy to give you test drives. It's a part of their strategy of getting people into the car. So they're more than happy to show you or give you a test drive.
Oh yeah, they do. They do at least 100 test drives a week. That's one of their KPIs. So, and like I said, you get it for at least half an hour by yourself. You can, if you want, have a salesperson with you if you want them to answer questions while you're driving, but just do it by yourself. But obviously, by all means,
if you order one, you can actually take one home for the night if you've got an order in.
Yes,
And
that's something that.
Did you do that, Damo?
No, I haven't ended up doing it, but yeah, they told me that they do it. I can do it if I want.
That's cool.
Yep, and who's the gentleman from Gidgee Ganup? I forget his name, but
Shane Parker.
Yes, Shane. And apologies, Shane, if you're watching later. Your name was on the tip of my tongue. It's just that my tongue was not where it should have been. Harry said to him, just take it home for the night, and see, because Shane wasn't quite sure. And the next day it was like, just take my money. I don't care. Just take it. So, Yana, you can just order a test drive, and in the next few weeks, you can just hop in the car and take it for a spin. The only warning is you'll be gone for all money. You're just going to go to Harry or whatever salesperson and go, let's just make this happen. You're just going to be gone. So just be prepared for that eventuality.
Harold, in the years that you've had a Tesla, have you ever heard of anyone who's bought one and then sold it and got a petrol car again? Anyone?
No, not personally. Look, to be honest, I have heard of a couple of people that have gotten out of them, but they were older. I presume they were older people that the technology was overwhelming to them. It was just a bit, it just went too far for what they wanted. But I've not known of anyone personally. But I do know it happens rarely. But
I've had 70, 80, 85-year-olds drive my car and absolutely love it. So and end up buying the car. So
I've got a question.
Put it this way, we all had something like this, right? We had like a mobile phone that looked, I mean, this is a calculator, obviously, but it's got, tactile buttons on it. And that was the bee's knees. And we all wondered why we would want a flat screen thing. And now everyone has a flat screen. Everyone.
But when you go to a bank and you get money out of a bank, they just give you the money out of the ATM. They still have the ultraviolet light for old people with the passport to read the signature. So sometimes the technology may be light years ahead, but some people can't deal with that technology and they just go, I want the UV light to read the signature.
Well, I've got a question then. Is there a feature any of you think is missing that you would like to be in your models?
Ejector seat.
Cold gas thrusters.
Cold gas thrusters. A nitro setup.
So Yana, no. So Yana, just to explain the cold gas thrusters, that's a SpaceX reference. So I don't know if you've seen the SpaceX.
No, that was a Roadster reference.
No. What I mean is, I mean that cold gas thrusters are what's used in rockets to keep them upright or in the correct position, and it's just like super duper high pressure nitrogen that comes out of like a rocket nozzle that accelerates the car like a rocket, except it's not on fire, it's just high pressure. So what Elon Musk, a few years ago, he announced the Roadster, which does 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. But then he said that there would be a SpaceX package where actually the Roadster is a 2-door, 4-seat car. So you can have your family, it can be a family daily driver. So if you get rid of the back seat, they can put some carbon fiber composite overwrapped pressure vessels, which are pressurized to 2000 psi or something ridiculous. It's probably more than that. I think Richard knows better. I forget how many atmospheres. It's like it's much higher than scuba tanks.
It's like 30,000 psi or something.
Yeah, something. Yeah, it's a ridiculously high pressure, scarily high pressure. And then
high as Carmen's tires, though. They were.
Yeah, that's right. Not as bad as Carmen's tires. And when you go to launch this car, it'll probably do 0 to 100 in about 1 second,
which is too long.
Which is far too slow. I mean,
No, but the amount of pressure that's in those tanks, if you were to point the thrusters towards the ground, you could actually allow the car to levitate, even though it's a over 2-ton car. So
if that was the speed that you're doing, that girl, Pete, when she screamed, you wouldn't hear the scream until about 3 seconds later. You would have to catch up from the position you started at. So that would be out of control.
Faster than the speed of sound.
Faster than the speed of sound. That would be, wow. That would be very happening.
But that's no joke
back to your
about the
question. Back to your question, Yana. The vents, you can't turn off one side. You have to have both sides running. I'd like to.
No, yes, you can. Yes, you can, Richard.
How?
Yes, you can. And so, a bit of news: we've got 2 Teslas in the family. So we've just added, as of it was about 10 days ago.
Oh, congratulations!
Go on.
Must have been a special moment.
It was my get out of the doghouse negotiation. No, only kidding. So we had the Volt and the Performance, but we were waiting for the Model Y and got sick of waiting for the Model Y. And I've got a theory that the Model 3 is going to go up in price. So I ordered the Model 3, but then I thought, well, before we actually take delivery of it, I should take my own advice and actually hire a car just to see if, my wife would be happy driving it, how it would fit in and everything. We've had it for 10 days and she came up to me yesterday and she said, I hate to admit this, but I absolutely love the car. And she's
coming out of the garage.
She's never said that about
it's not about you, that's
Lexus,
for
sure. the Prado Grande that we had, the Outlander Fev or the Volt. She's never said that about any car. And I said, oh, what was it about it that you liked? She said, oh, so many things. But I was watching the kids play soccer. I was watching Netflix on my phone. My phone ran out of battery. She didn't have a charger in that new car yet. So I just thought, oh, yeah, that's right. It's on the screen. So I just put Netflix on the screen and watched it on the big screen. So that was pretty.
What car's she getting, Pete? Model 3.
Just the standard range,
Colour?
white and white.
White on black.
So how do you turn
White
off
and
one
white.
side of the air conditioning, Pete?
You can. So this is going back to your point. So I was driving her car the other day, and I noticed that the aircon wasn't on the left-hand side. It was just coming out of the vent on my side. So I pressed it, and then it came out again. And then I thought, how do I then get rid of it? How do I make it only go back on me again? And it wouldn't do it. But what you can do is you can just turn the fan off and then turn it back on, and it came on just on me as well. So it senses as to who's in which seat. And if you can only sense the driver, then it only blows on you.
Yeah, but if you've got someone in the passenger seat, you can't switch it off.
Correct.
Yeah, but that is literally one software update away from being fixed. So that's a feature. So literally you'll all wake up one day and that'll be another feature, just like all the other features that have come about.
Carmen, I'll explain that to you, Carmen. Carmen, if you're annoyed about the air conditioning, just get Harold over to sit in the seat and push the air conditioning away. The problem with that is Harold could just push that aircon right over to one side. No problem at all.
The thing that I want, I'd like to have changed in mine is I've got a child who's in a baby seat still, which is facing rearwards at the moment. It does take up a bit of room, but there's still plenty of room to fit in, so there's no issue with having a passenger in the front seat. But because the seat's a little bit forward, if someone hops in the car, a friend or something who gets in and says, oh, it's a bit cramped, they put the seat back by automatically just do it, and it actually would crush the rear seat. So if there was a limiter or a stop, you could override that in the thing so you couldn't go back too far. That would be really handy to have as well.
That's a good idea, Russell.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Yeah, I tweeted Elon about it, but he never replied. So yeah.
He's a bloody rude, isn't he? It's very rude of him.
I've actually got one that I've been wanting to mention for a while. So the glove box in the Model 3, I'm not sure what it's like, Harold, in the X or the S, Richard, but in the 3, it's just too short of a A4 page. So if you've got an A4 document, or if you've got a, was it an 11-inch laptop,
or an iPad Pro.
Or an iPad Pro, very good. It's a little bit too narrow. What's great about the glove box is on the new Model 3s, it's got a USB port in there. So, and the glove box you can secure with a 4-digit code. So what you can do is if you can put your laptop in there and you can walk off. Any other car, all the electrics would go, but the Model 3 stays on, and if you have an iPhone, let's say, in the glove box, that keeps on charging, or if you have it anywhere else. But yeah, you could charge your laptop, but rather than having it on display in the car, you could have it in the glove box, and you could keep your A4 documents in there. So yeah, I'd like the glove box to be an inch wider if possible.
Is there any way to do screen captures of the screen other than taking a photo with your phone?
Yes, you can pay someone in America for an exchange screen that they've basically fitted a HDMI cable to, or HDMI socket to. So they basically hot wire into the video feed. So it can be done, but it's not cheap. But if you're a famous YouTuber, then it's only just a rounding error in your earnings, so you just go and pay the money. I think it costs about a couple of grand. Richard could do it. Richard could do it.
He's launching that one in January. He's not.
It would be good if you could just, the same as you do Sentry, when you take your dash cam, you press record. It'd be good if there's a button just to take a capture of the screen at the same time and save to your USB. That'd be pretty handy.
Yeah, definitely.
Software update. Yep.
Richard,
Hey, Yana, we should mention the Model 3 is the safest car in the world.
Now, before you go any further, Pete, that's an awesome segue to a video that I've got, and just keep talking about safety for a second.
I'm going to talk about Jesus. Is that what we Are we going to start talking about Jesus now?
Hey,
or-
isn't
No.
Model Y safer than 3 now? Model
Here
Y?
you go.
No, I think it was 3. So 3. I can't remember, but I can't remember what the order was. But the 3 was still the safest.
Okay.
And Tesla's got a great blog post where they explain why it's the safest and how it's got the safest NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration in the US rating, and they go through the whole thing. It's a great blog. So
this is a quick video. Just a warning. One of the people in this video died, but it wasn't the person in the Tesla. But you don't see anything. It's okay. But well, whatever. I'll just throw to it. Now, one thing to note is the Tesla driver just here hops out, and albeit he's stunned, or they are stunned, but not injured.
Unlike the other car.
And unlike the other car, which unfortunately, the reason why the driver in that car died is basically because when the car hit this car first, the airbags went off there. So the airbags have gone off. And then, of course, they've already deployed, and then it hits the Tesla. So that's why it was fatal, basically, for that driver. But just imagine that the Tesla driver did not, when you think about car safety, most of us as feeble human beings just presume that, oh, we'll be okay, we're not going to get in an accident, we're just driving down a perfectly good tunnel, what could possibly go wrong? And of course, that Tesla owner had no idea that this was going to come, because there was no reaction time. In fact, I bet that Tesla driver had no idea that was happening, because they would have been focused on the car in front, not the car coming the other way that clipped the car in front. So sorry, go Pete. So and that's a Model S, and that's probably the world's third or second safest car.
Yeah. But so it's the safest car in the world for, you can put it, there's so many safety features, but you can broadly put them into 2 categories. There's the active and the passive safety features. So the active, because it's a self-driving car, it's got 9 cameras or 8 outside cameras, 5 facing forward. It's less likely to get into an accident in the first place. But even things like the single pedal driving, so your reaction time in pressing the brake, your car starts to slow down or brake while your foot is still on the accelerator. So way before it even gets to the brake. In terms of handling, so it's got that instant torque, so you can get out of a dangerous situation really quickly, and there's no downshifting of gears or anything like that. There's literally just press the accelerator forward. But in terms of handling, all the weight is down along the chassis. So the heaviest component of the car is the battery. That's all down along the chassis. Then you've got 1 or 2 motors. The motors are as big as a watermelon, and they're on each axle as well. So it's got a very low center of gravity. In fact, Harold might be able to pull up another video of a Model X that they're testing, where they're actually trying to flip the car, and you can see the car actually goes past the vertical and then comes back rather than rolling. Any other car would just do 5 or 6 rolls. And then I'm forgetting, it's got the world's largest crumble zone. So the most likely fatality from a car accident is like the one that we just saw, which is a head-on collision. So with this, you've got that huge frunk or the front trunk or the front boot. And yeah, so here's the rollover. Look at that, past the vertical and back she comes. Absolutely incredible.
Just remember though, on the battery weight, if you Harold's car though, I think the heaviest part is actually his wallet, not the battery. So
we're trying to lighten it for him. Just help.
What's the share price at the moment? It's $1,150 and wow, oh no. Oh, a bit less. Anyway.
What he's trying to tell you is that he's asset rich and cash flow poor.
That no truer statement can be said, Pete.
I'll tell you a little story. I was driving up to Darwin with a mate in the back and his wife, and we were trundling along happily on autopilot, and suddenly my car braked just a little bit and steered about a metre to the left. And then my mate in the back said, "What just happened?" And I said, "Oh." And straight after that, we saw the car coming over the crest, towing caravan. He was on my side of the road. So the car veered before I even saw that this car was on the wrong side of the road. It's the first time it's happened in 2 years, but it's pretty amazing.
yeah, my car actually
Moral of the story there is
to miss an impact from behind. So I was sort of stationary, and a car came up behind me, and my car just shot forward by itself, and the car behind me didn't hit it because it went forward, and I was just sitting there with my feet not on the accelerator or anything.
So we were talking about a lot of
autopilot engage, or you were just stationary?
I was just sat still, just sitting there. Yeah.
So we talked a lot about all the updates that you get with the over-the-air updates, but there's a lot of stuff that Tesla does without them disclosing it. So one was Elon Musk was on a Joe Rogan interview, and just off the cuff mentioned that with one of the software updates, what they've done is they're able to control the way the airbag deploys. And because they've got sensors in the seat, they've changed the way the airbag deploys based on how you're sitting in the seat, whether you're off to the left-hand side or the right-hand side. It knows whether you're an infant, toddler, or an adult. Obviously, not in the driver's seat, and it even tries to guess whether your gender, whether you're a female or a male, and will deploy the airbag according to that. So
I remember hearing that. That was a great podcast.
So that's but yeah, I mean another thing we never mentioned is the car's got 3 boots.
Now she's confused. Please explain. Well,
So you've got your reboot, which actually you can drop the seats down. You can actually take the pillow out or the seat cushion out and make it completely flat. And I think it goes, I haven't actually measured it, but it'll be not way over, but it would be over 2 meters. So 2 people can sleep in there very comfortably, especially with camp mode on. But you've got the front boot, which is where the engine would be otherwise, which is the world's biggest crumble zone. And then you've got the third boot, which is underneath which is like the sub boot or the boot well, which is underneath, which is where the petrol tank would usually be.
And it's big. You could fit a huge esky in there and still put that in. It's amazing.
You can.
Charging cables going there.
Well, it's pumpkin time for me, so I'm saying good night.
Good night,
Carmen. Good night, Carmen.
Nice to meet you,
See
Carmen.
you Sunday.
See you Sunday.
See you Sunday. Bye.
All right.
Sunday.
Good night, Carmen.
See you, Carmen.
Hey, Harold, before we finish up tonight, are you going to go on pause and give us some more info about the earlier?
Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. Let me just work out how to do that.
Earlier what? So we're going to get a GoFundMe page for get Pete's new fence up and going, or we're going to get
Alrighty, well, welcome back. That only went for about 30 seconds. It was pretty brief, but I don't know why I'm suddenly tired at 23:50. Oh my God, it's 5 to midnight. So I think it's good to have a bit of a shout out to those that have burnt orange cars. Now I know, Damon, you think that I'm going to just, like laugh at your car, but I'd much rather laugh at a certain other car that I think went to the drive-ins, and that looks pretty burnt orange to me. I don't know about you, Damon, but that's pretty burnt orange. And yes, I know that you might have a bit of FOMO about not seeing your car. So obviously, this is the uber burnt orange version. And yeah, if that's not burnt orange, I don't know what is. But anyway, now, Yana, you've got to come to Karrinyup Sunday, 11 a.m. You're welcome to come. Bring your partner, and in fact, we can even take you down to where the supercharger is, which is in the basement. It's a public area. It's okay. It's fully safe.
Hey, Harold, just quickly on that.
Yes.
Are the 3 of the 2 chargers that were out of action, are they fixed now?
I believe so, because I haven't looked at them personally, but I noticed on the screen on your navigation screen, it shows 6. So it actually showed a status of 6 available.
Okay.
So I presume they're all back online. So yeah, that should be okay.
By the way, there's 8 chargers there now. There's an extra 2 AC chargers.
Yes.
Immediately to the right.
And I actually tested it. I checked them out. I tested it, and it worked perfectly. And it's free, by the way. So for people with Model 3s that have to pay for supercharging, if you're going to shop for a couple of hours, which is probably easy to do at Karrinyup, you can bash out probably in a standard range Model 3 about 160 k's in an hour, easy.
Do you need
in 2 hours. Sorry, in 2 hours, and you don't need a cable. It's actually got its own cable attached, so it's an EO charger.
80k an hour. Yeah.
So you need that EO app. I think I've got the EO app.
No, you don't need an app. You just plug it straight in.
Was that the one that they had up in Nancelin? That was
no. Yes, it is, but it's different. So I'll show you. If we just drill into Karrinyup.
It's because we've done a few times at Karrinyup, and we come from a long way, so we do have a little bit of charge to get, but it's not. It does it too quickly for the time you need in the shops. So then you have to go back down and go and move your car, and then there's no parking anywhere else. And so a slow charger would be better there.
Yeah, so you can see, Joe, it's actually got the cable. It's quite a long cable attached, as opposed to the one at Lancelin where it's you need to bring your own. So that's there's no time limit, and actually there's 2 bays, but you notice they're not marked at all. So there's no markings. And when I went there and tried charging, there was a Nissan Patrol or something parked here.
I've been there 3 times since they've had those chargers in, and all 3 times one of the bays was iced.
Yes. Was it with a 4-wheel drive or just an ordinary car?
Once was a Hilux. I can't remember what once was like a red Ford Escort or something, or whatever it was.
Yeah, right. So so that's so you're right, Pete. You've got the 6 superchargers plus you've got the 2 AC chargers. So Joe, for instance, for you, that might be useful if you want to trickle charge, if you're there for a couple of hours, or just hop on the supercharger. Have you still got free supercharger Ks?
Yeah, but it's just done too quick. You'll get up to the pub, then you'll do a toilet trip, and then you'll be done, and you have to go back to the car.
Yeah, true. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Joe. If you want a longer one, you just turn the amperage down a bit as well, and you can get even longer.
No, you can't. Oh, yeah, you can only do that on the AC chargers.
Yeah.
But what you can do, Joe, is if you're preconditioning your battery before you get there, just don't put Karen up into your navigation. Put something else, and then it won't precondition your battery, which means that the charge will take longer.
Good tip.
But obviously, you know, if you get there and there's 4 of them that are full already, and you know, maybe don't do it on a weekend or a really hot day when everyone heads to the shopping centre. Or if you do, just put one of those need to charge things on your windscreen. So if people need a charger, they can call you.
Jana, I've just put my phone number on the chat and also just secretary@tokwa.org.au. So feel free to give me an email or a text or a buzz or whatever. Like I said, you're more than welcome to rock up. Even if you're not going to buy a car anytime soon, it doesn't matter. As you can see on Ask Us Anything, it's just we're really casual, and yeah, we sometimes talk about Tesla and mostly talk about other stuff. So you know,
we're petitioning hard for sandwich changes with Jo. Hopefully, she'll get a sandwich change next year. So we're working hard on that. So we'll just wait and see.
That's right. We need a varied diet. Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
Maybe a lasagna. I mean, probably your son goes to school and does a lunch tray. That's probably what he's doing anyway. He's probably trading that sandwiches off for something else. There you go. Hey, Pete, when did you get your new car? When does your wife get a new car?
I'm not sure. I went on the website when it was 2 to 3 weeks delivery time frame, and I thought, no, I won't order it now. I'll go and test drive it first. So I went down to Aussie Park because I've never driven a Standard Range Plus before, and took it for a spin. And I thought, yeah, I like it, and then went to order it. By that time, it was 8 to 12 weeks, which means that I've missed the unicorn stage, I think. So probably February or March. But there's a chance if someone's finance falls through or whatever, you get put on a waiting list. And so if the exact configuration that you've ordered happens to fall through, then and there's no one else in front of you, then you get it sooner.
So what did you order, Pete?
Wide on wide, rear-wheel drive.
Oh, okay. Well, it's sufficiently. Yeah, well, it's a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah.
You never know. You never know. You like.
Pete just doesn't want his wife to beat him home. So Pete can beat his wife home if he's running late. He can get home quicker that way. he can put his foot down and get home a little bit. Oh, there you go.
Actually, this could be a clincher. Jana, Pete, can you do like about a 3-minute version of what happened to you? How long ago was that?
About.
Or hang on. So I'll just hang on 2 seconds. Let me just. Yeah, sorry about a little interruption. Yeah, so Pete, shoot. Well, actually, you can take as long as you like because it's an amazing story. But yeah, you just shoot, and I'll be back in a sec.
Don't say that because we'll be here till tomorrow morning.
We already are.
We already are, so don't worry.
We were at the Langley Park Car Show, celebration of motorsport last year. So it would have been in October last year. And finished there. I got home. We're having Sunday night dinner. My wife's sitting opposite me. We're having a roast. And all of a sudden she starts choking on a bit of roast beef. So I tried everything, tried the Heimlich maneuver, tried to bang her back, had her bent over, the whole lot. Had 000 online. My son was speaking to him. And I just had no confidence that the ambulance would come to us. And we live on an acreage property and we've got a gate out the front. So by the time they would have got here, so when nothing worked, I just said, that's it, just get in the car. And I got her in the car and drove. I've actually got some footage because the car kept some video footage from the cameras, from the dash cam. But basically drove ridiculously, I mean, went the wrong way around a roundabout. Anyway, we got to the emergency. Just when we just went past the second roundabout, I looked at her and her face started going blue, and she started almost sliding down the passenger seat. So I started panicking and yelling at her and just saying, you know, stay with me. I was actually going to get a knife and just cut a hole in a, you know, do a tracheotomy or whatever it's called. Yeah. And I was thinking about getting like a garden hose or something, but it was just any panicking anyway. And then I realised I forgot the knife at home when she was turning blue, but started yelling at her. I panicked my kids. Both kids were in the back seat. Anyway, we got to the emergency. She was, they got her onto the emergency table. I still had 000 on the line. And I was saying to them, look, you know, where's the ambulance? Where's the ambulance? Because I was trying to meet the ambulance halfway, but it seemed like the ambulance hadn't even left by the time we got into emergency. She lost her heartbeat after about 30 seconds or a minute of being on the resus table. And apparently, so I knew it was really serious because there was about, I don't know, 8 or 9 people, and they're all running around like headless chooks. So when doctors start, you know, running around crazy like that, you know it's serious. Anyway, so they were giving her, they were pressing on her chest, and one of these compressions just made the bit of meat just fly across the room. And at the same time, she got her heart beat back and her breath back, and yeah, she's back to 100%. But as to how that relates to the Tesla and the performance, you know, I said that, you know, you're 14 grand better off after 3 years with a Model 3. Well, my car paid for itself after about 12 months. So it paid for itself that night. Without, even if I take my Tesla fanboy hat off and I try and be as objective as I can, I've got no doubt in my mind that there's no way if we were in any other car that we would have got there in time. And, you know, we live maybe, you know, if you drive normally, maybe 12 minutes, 10, 12 minutes from the ER room, from the ER. I mean, the way I drove, probably we got there in 6 or 7 minutes. I probably wasted 2 or 3 minutes. So she was right on the edge of brain damage or, you know, something even more severe. So, you know, every 30 more seconds or a minute could have made all the difference. And you never know, that 1 minute we could have got stuck behind some traffic or whatever. So, yeah, if it wasn't for that car, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't be here today. But yeah, interesting. My son said to me, he said, Dad, you know, when you got to emergency, your wheels were on fire. And I said, oh, you mean the tires were smoking? And he said, no. And he pointed inside. So we've got the standard wheels, the aero wheels. And he pointed in the gap, and he said, no, right in there was actual flames coming out. So obviously the brakes were literally on fire. So, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I've obviously got the car to thank, but obviously got the emergency staff to thank because they were absolutely brilliant. You know, a bit disappointed with the ambulance. You know, my son's ringing him. He's got me on speakerphone, and I'm just saying, look, she's choking. And I know they've got to be calm and all that, but, you know, they're saying, oh, you know, how old is she? You know, and just sort of like really, I don't know. At that point, all I wanted to know is the ambulance on its way? If it is, how long before it gets here? And then I could have made the decision, okay, do I wait for the ambulance and just get her ready at the front of the block near the door? Or do I try and meet the ambulance halfway, or do I go to the emergency? And I just couldn't.
That's incredible. What if you'd waited? What if you hadn't gone? I mean, it's...
Well, the answer is she'd be dead, and it's as simple as that. Literally. It's literally as simple. It's not even possible. It's just certain that if Pete didn't do what he did, his wife would be dead and his kids wouldn't have a mother. And Pete, your kids are only young. They're
They are, yeah. They're still school age, and
doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kids, you don't want them. You did the right decision, Pete. Definitely, 100%.
Oh,
Yeah, well done, Pete.
You'd make the same decision again. Just
yes and no, because there's a few things that it was lucky there was Sunday, so there was hardly any traffic. It was about 7:30 at night or whatever the time was on a Sunday afternoon, and I've driven past there a number of times, and I got stuck in traffic, and I just almost break out in a cold sweat, like in the first few weeks after it happened, when I was stuck in traffic, just going through it all and just thinking, if it was any other day, she probably wouldn't be here, and But
so to put a lighter point on it, so how did you dent your car, Pete?
How did I
dent your car?
Oh yeah. So then we get home, and because the 000 had a missed 000 call, but they could still trace it. So we get home, and the dog's out the front on the street, the gate's open, and there's a police car in the driveway. So obviously they had to investigate the 000 call, and so the police officer met me like halfway up the driveway, and she said, "Yeah, the constable's inside the house." But we thought the worst, because what actually happened is a few weeks earlier, our gazebo window broke. So they saw lights open, dinner half eaten, doors wide open, smashed window. They just thought the worst. They thought we'd been dragged out to the bush and murdered or something. So they were all really jumpy and everything. Anyway, I've got a black car. It was late at night. I pulled up fairly close to the cop car. So when they got back into the cop car, they reversed out, and the front of it, they just scraped the whole. They put a dent about that deep all along, part of the car. So she just jumped out. What's that?
Their insurance paid?
Yeah, they were actually really good. She jumped out and she goes, "Oh my God, after everything you've been through, I'm so sorry." And I just said, to be perfectly honest, I couldn't give a shit. She said, "I'm going to write it." I said, "Do whatever you want to do. I'm going back in the house." So,
last thing in the morning.
So my wife was still in hospital. But that time she sent me, because they wanted to keep her overnight. So she sent me to go and get her PJs and stuff. So I came back with the kids, and that's when we saw the police. But no, they're actually really good. They rang me, and I missed a couple of calls, and they rang me like 3 times to make sure, and they covered it all. And, so they're actually really good about it.
There you go. Thanks, Pete. That's, like I said, that story in itself is just speaks volumes, and that's a really touching story, and it's real. That actually happened.
Incredible. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry you had to go through it. I'm really glad everything turned out okay.
No, thank you. Appreciate it. Yep. No, couldn't be happier with the way it turned out, but could have easily gone the other way.
Sounds like you used a lot of common sense.
Well done, Pete.
Yeah.
Thanks,
so whenever Pete sort of gets sleepless nights, what he actually does in secret, he doesn't actually admit to it, but he goes to YouTube and he searches the Tokwa channel, and then he'll listen back to one of our 3 or 4 hour episodes, and he just puts it on half speed or quarter speed to make it last even longer, and that'll just lull him off to sleep. It'll push him through the worst of nightmares and lull him off to sleep. On that note, I didn't want to out you, Pete, but it's about time we did so it's all good.
We're going to show where Pete fell asleep. Is that the next? It's
my job.
That night and dropped the iPad. Remember that night? Remember, it was classic.
Yes. Yeah, I was a bit concerned about Pete because it was a bit of an awkward angle. So asleep.
I don't know
All
if
right.
you can see that, but Jared, but you'd be glad to know I found my USB-C cable and I had it ready for today.
Very good. Very good. All right. On that note, it's probably time for us to lull ourselves off to sleep. Thank you everyone for being here tonight. And Jana, it was a great surprise to have you here, albeit on Richard's false pretenses of claiming you were actually in Port Hedland getting awesome Starlink coverage.
Yeah,
But we're still glad. We're still glad that you came nonetheless. And like I said, I reiterate that you're more than welcome to pop over on Sunday or any other time or any other Wednesday on Ask Us Anything. And
Right.
you know, one day we look forward to seeing you as an owner, which
Could be
is
very
almost
likely.
certain.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for giving me such a warm welcome, everyone. You guys have been hilarious. It's been great. Thanks heaps.
Oh, no worries. Our absolute pleasure. And so for everyone else, thank you for coming back. And for all those on YouTube, please like and subscribe, hit the notification bell. Damon, Ashley, and everyone else, Joseph, thank you for watching us on YouTube. No doubt you'll be asleep very shortly, just like the rest of us. And yeah, have a wonderful week. Look forward to seeing you at Karen Up on Sunday. Look forward to seeing you at Synergy on Tuesday. And yeah, we'll see you back again on Ask Us Anything next week. So
don't forget to sign up for Patreon as well.
oh yes, and yes, please do support us on patreon.com/Tokwa. So yeah, thanks Russell for that shout out. All right, everyone, look after yourselves. Have a wonderful week, and hope to see you all again very soon. Good night.
Good night, Harold. Night, everyone.
Good night.
Cheers. You guys.